Thank you. Good. Good afternoon, members. I call the Committee of the Whole on Bill 14, Renewable Energy Projects Streamlined Permitting Act, to order. Shall Clause 1 pass?
Aye.
The Chair recognizes the member for
Just getting warmed up, yes. I have to go faster.
The Chair recognizes the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair. It's an interesting bill, and I would honestly say that on its basis, certainly the ability to fast track and move projects forward is certainly something that I am very interested in having accomplished. My major concern is that given that we've used the Energy Resource Activities Act for a great many years already, I'm very curious why we need this act, or why we need this bill passed. And there's a lot of things that we're going to be going through clause by clause that would, again, in my mind, question why this legislative tool is actually required. And if it is, I'm curious as to why it is. So there's a couple of things in here as we went through the last time we met, some things that certainly are of concern, some things that there's public perception around that might be of concern, some things that I think it would be very useful for us in many places for the minister just to simply restate some of the things that I've heard him say in the House before, just to get everything together in one place and one on the record. I think that would be very useful for prosperity. And I think at this point, perhaps what we can start off with is, well, again, my question would be, can the minister highlight the need for this legislation in light of what is already in place and elaborate on why? Thank you.
Minister.
Oh, thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Thank you to the member for Peace River South for his questions, and welcome to everyone. I hope this will be a fruitful debate for everyone. Perhaps if I could take a moment to introduce the staff who are with me. To my left is Deputy Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions, Peter Picorni. To my right is the Assistant Deputy Minister in the Ministry of Energy, Viva Wolf. Behind me are our Chief Legal Counsel, Sarah Gregory, the Executive Director in the area, Claire Gibbs, and the Legislative Manager, Ryan Monroe. Those are some of the people you'll see over the next few days. And certainly, as the member will know and as members will know, they would certainly continue to be available to members of the House who have questions beyond what may be asked for in this debate, in this committee stage debate. I won't give a long speech. I just gave a long speech on this. People heard it. I'll just say that in 1998 and 99, we introduced single window permitting in the oil and gas sector. We did so because we felt that efficiency could maintain high standards, and I think it has, high safety standards, an excellent regulatory response, develop a regulator who has specific insights. And so we have 300 professional staff now with the BC Energy Regulator who do, I think, an outstanding job. And unlike many ministries of government, are really distributed around the country. The largest group of our staff is in Fort St. John in this area. And one of the reasons why I think the BC Energy Regulator does a good job is because the majority of its employees are in the Peace River area. They work closely with communities, with Treaty 8 First Nations. They do an excellent job. In 2022, we made an additional change essentially a name change, but also provided for the hydrogen industry a similar single window regulation, which was again passed unanimously in the legislature, supported amongst others by the Leader of the Opposition and others, and members of the Green Party, members of all parties in the House, which is essentially the core of what we're doing here and what the majority of the debate will be about, which is about the role of the BC Energy Regulator. And now we're adding to that. We think it's a successful form of regulation. Why? First of all, it's life cycle regulation. So in the oil and gas industry, which the member is familiar, it goes from the exploration stage and the claiming stage all the way around to the end of the life cycle of a particular drilling operation. And sometime, and there's a fund if, for example, the people are, or a particular corporation is not able to fulfill its obligation, there's a fund created by the energy regulator to help support communities and pay for that and ensure that people are held to their environmental, social, and economic responsibilities around that. So it's been a successful form of regulation. It's self-financing, and that means that puts particular responsibility amongst the regulator, and we'll have a debate about that self-financing. And I thought it was important in developing this legislation that we continue that. And in fact, as the energy regulator develops its renewable branch, if you will, of the work that it's doing, that be paid for by the renewable energy industry and not by the oil and gas industry. So that's the reason why, and we'll get in this discussion, which was, I think, viewed by some members of the House as some sort of conspiracy, why there's some retroactivity in the funding to ensure that the people who are being regulated pay for it, which is an important principle of the BC Energy Regulator, which I happen to think is a good idea and has worked well. So that 25 years of experience with the BC Energy Regulator, with the Heritage Conservation Act, for example, the Agricultural Land Commission, the Agricultural Land Reserve, the Safety Standards Act, and others, that they've demonstrated experience and demonstrated their role, would be well applied to the renewable industry, where single window regulation has two advantages. One, it does the same sort of life cycle regulation, and it's important, increases the efficiency and a buildup of the expertise, and it also has the advantage of moving those renewable energy projects away from the line ministries and allows them to do other things and work on other projects while developing its expertise. So we're strongly supportive of the renewable energy industry. We did a call for power, as the member will know, after extensive consultation, in particular with First Nations in 2023 and 24, but many others. There was a call for power. There were successful proponents in the renewable industry in a competitive call for power, which saw the prices of that power dramatically below what they had been in the previous call for power. And I felt strongly that we needed, with the experience we have through environmental assessments of wind energy projects, the experience we have with other parts of the energy industry, that this would be the right approach to take to improve efficiency, to streamline regulation, and to ensure that projects are not just announced but happen at a time when we need the energy and we need renewable energy, one that does not negatively affect the climate. So that's the reason. It's permitting efficiency, it's ensuring projects get built, it's supporting our economy at a critical time when I would suggest our economy and our sovereignty, we sometimes debate this in the House, but our sovereignty is being questioned by our neighbors. It's important because this allows us to build the self-sufficiency of our industry. So those are some of the reasons. I didn't give the full second reading speech yet, although it might have been invited, but that's some of the reasons why we were proceeding at this time. We're extending something that we started 25 years ago together under an NDP government, but with the support of the opposition. We extended in 2022 with hydrogen under an NDP government with the support of the opposition, both the opposition parties to that legislation. It was passed through the legislature, and now we're doing it again and extending that to renewables. It's consistently worked. It's highly regarded. We have one of the best regulators in the world, and I think this is a good way to go.
Member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the answer, Minister. Looking at the definitions in that legislation that we were just discussing, I do see hydrogen in there. So I'm curious as to why hydrogen is prescribed in that legislation, and yet we've just heard a lot of rationale as to why we needed new legislation for other green projects. So that's my question to the Minister through the Chair.
Minister.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. Hydrogen is in some ways similar to natural gas, so it made sense to put it in ERA. And these resources, these renewable resources, are significantly different in important ways, and that's why we've treated it this way.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. At this point, I would like to relinquish the floor with my right to return to my colleague here.
Yeah.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague. He'll be returning many times throughout this debate. I'm sure of that. We actually canvassed this quite extensively in Bill 15, and I think it's important that we do the same here in Bill 14. Can the minister outline just the consultation that was done in terms of, I'm not just talking about First Nations, I'm actually talking about energy, whether proponents as well, but when was the consultation plan developed for Bill 14? What was it executed, and is the minister able to kind of table those timelines today?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'll do it in three parts just to get all the information out, and then the member will have some follow-up. And there may be occasion, if you want a summary of it all, that I'd be happy to provide that. And we'll have people work on that for tomorrow, assuming the legislation doesn't pass by this evening. We've had a significant consultation with the industry, of course, with FortisBC, with project proponents, with clean energy associations. They've expressed strong support for the streamlining measures in this bill and the objectives of creating a more efficient, transparent, and coordinated regulatory framework. The industry views streamlining measures in Bill 14, I should say, as essential to the timely acceleration of renewable energy projects across BC, and welcomes the focus of the bill on reducing project timelines. I can give just a couple of examples of that. The Canadian Renewable Energy Association, Bill 14, is an historic step forward for streamlining permitting processes in BC for critical energy projects that will contribute to the province's energy security and clean energy transition. By moving permitting to the BC Energy Regulator, Bill 14 creates the opportunity for a more consistent and fair approach, Honourable Speaker, across different energy industries. The Executive Director of the Clean Energy Association of BC, this legislation is an important step towards a balanced regulatory framework that encourages responsible clean energy development at a critical time for our communities, our economy, and our climate. The Clean Energy Association of BC is proud to work with the province and the BC Energy Regulator to help build a framework that is efficient, transparent, and aligned with the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. Together we can build a cleaner, stronger, and more resilient future. And from FortisBC, from their Vice President of Indigenous Relations and Regulatory Affairs, our hope is that these legislative and regulatory changes will help streamline processes and accelerate projects to efficiently deliver power to our customers, including our plans to add up to 1,100 gigawatt hours of energy supply as soon as 2030. What I'll do is I'll provide a summary of those consultations or list them to the member. And certainly, we've been working actively with people who have expressed interest as well. With respect to First Nations, I'll do this in two parts, if it's good to the member. The first is talk about what's happened since as the legislation was developed, and then just the consultation that took place with respect to the projects themselves that are listed, at least in part, or provided in the legislation, just so we get it all out. There's maybe different sections where we could do this in, but that may be convenient to the member and convenient to the committee. The province has provided more than 50 letters in response to inquiries from 45 First Nations and First Nations organizations, and held meetings with 12 First Nations to answer direct questions. On February 11, 2025, the province notified First Nations on various regulatory initiatives aimed at streamlining renewable energy projects and transmission times. On April 17th and 18th, a draft of the bill was shared with First Nations and First Nations organizations who requested them, which included 11 First Nations and First Nations organizations. A second letter was sent on April 23rd, 2025 to all First Nations outlining the next steps in the legislative process and the regulatory development for renewable energy projects. It also included a What We Heard report that outlined concerns and topics. So I can get into that more, but I think the member was just asking in a general sense of what the frame of the discussion was. Obviously, letters went out to the 202 First Nations. Honourable Speaker, we received responses. We've engaged on those responses, and we will continue to engage, and perhaps the member will ask in a supplementary question where we're going in terms of the development of regulations elsewhere, but I'll leave it to him to ask the next question.
Member for Surrey.
We're trying to reach is currently
Member for Surrey Whitelock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Minister, how would the Minister define consultation in this process, specifically for Bill 14? So what is the Minister's definition of adequate consultation in regards to the legislation that's before us right now?
Minister.
Thank you. And before I get into that, I didn't mention the engagement process on the call for power itself, which is an important part of the legislation. So I'll just do that now. If the member will just be patient, and I'll get to his question. Between June 23rd, June 2023, and January 2024, the idea for the call for power went out in June 2023. BC Hydro carried out 31 information sessions, focus groups, and engagement sessions, had 42 individual First Nations meetings, 5 surveys, 99 First Nations engaged, over 650 attendees at events, over 2,500 individual pieces of feedback received, Honourable Speaker. And BC Hydro, and I can summarize this for the member, received responses, and those were reflected in the call for power that went out. There was generally positive feedback on the call design process and the First Nations economic participation model as a positive step toward economic reconciliation. The First Nations Energy and Mining Council and BC Hydro established the FNEMC Call for Power Advisory Committee, including 4 First Nations leaders appointed by the FNEMC in fall 2023 to discuss the scheduling of First Nation engagement activities and the design of First Nation economic participation. And of course, as a member will know, in December 2024, at the end of that process, 10 successful proponents were announced, and 9 of them had 51% First Nations ownership, and 1 had 49% First Nations ownership. In terms of consultation, it's informing, it's listening, it's responding to concerns, it seems to me. It's hearing and providing information and answers to questions where required. And certainly through the regulation process, it's helping to develop the regulations on which the legislation would be applied. So consultation includes obviously listening, obviously responding, obviously responding to concerns, and hearing concerns as legislation is developed.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the minister feel that Bill 14 has met an adequate level of consultation to where we are today? Is that something that the minister thinks that we've kind of met the bar for proper consultation and on a bill as what this government has determined is so crucial in front of us today? Does the minister stand by the level of consultation? Let's just stick with First Nations and specifically on that. Does the minister believe that that threshold has been met today as we stand before now on committee stage of Bill 14?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I think, I suppose the simplest answer to the question is the government introduced the legislation and believes it should be passed by the legislature. The legislation is principally enabling, and there will be significant further consultation as to the regulations. As the member has said, it's an important priority of the province, of the government, and I detailed the lengthy consultation on the calls for power, and I could equally discuss the lengthy consultations on the North Coast transmission line that have taken place that are the immediate subject of the legislation. So the answer is the legislation was brought in, and I believe is adequate in that respect, but there's more work to do. It's enabling legislation, and we'll work hard together on the regulations.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to read into a quote into the record here, and it's from Chief Cheryl Casimir. Says, and I quote, "It is outrageous that Bills 14 and 15 were developed with no meaningful consultation with First Nations, given the tremendous amount of time and effort we have collectively put into establishing a principled framework for reconciliation in BC. One that respects First Nations title, rights, and jurisdictions, enables Crown obligations to be met," end quote. And that is from Chief Casimir. So I think in the past, not just past couple days, not just past couple weeks, past months, we've seen an incredible amount of frustration, not just from First Nations, from all walks of British Columbians, into the authoritarian overreach that we've seen by this government on Bill 14 and Bill 15. I think the backlash has almost been historic. And yet the minister today is standing by and saying we've adequately met what they deem as consultation as we're here before committee on Bill 14. Downstairs, down the hall, about 10 days ago, we had a minister of infrastructure that said that there were significant errors made in the development of the bill, specifically on Bill 15, not 14, in terms of their consultation. She talked about missed opportunities. She talked about the fact that they didn't think that there was going to be enough First Nations interest and that they weren't prepared for that level of consultation when we got to the stage that we were in. So again, I'll ask the minister directly, is that does the minister share the same concerns that his colleague had regarding Bill 15? Does the minister share those same concerns regarding the lack of consultation for Bill 14?
Minister.
Well, Honourable Speaker, what we have here is a balanced proposal that puts in place a regulatory regime for renewables that's already in place in the oil and gas sector, in the hydrogen sector. And I think it makes a lot of sense for people. And in terms of our level of consultation on these projects, just remind everybody, June. Sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm in June of 2023. We started a process with respect to the projects that are listed here, a process of consultation that I think it's fair to say is expansive and led to a historic set of electricity purchase agreements with proponents who were majority First Nations. And that process was developed through extensive consultation with First Nations that I've already described at length. What the legislation seeks to do is to move renewable energy into the same category as and the North Coast Transmission Line, in the same category as oil and gas, in the same category as hydrogen, together in those categories with those industries. It does that, and in doing so, streamlines renewable energy projects in BC, and I think improves regulation of those industries. The BC Energy Regulator itself does extensive daily consultation with First Nations and is well equipped to address those questions, Honourable Speaker. So that was the process and the development of the call for power, which are referred to in the legislation. And so subsequent to the announcement of successful proponents of the call for power, we're moving forward to change the regulatory circumstances, to change it from being 5 or 6 ministries or 7 ministries or 8 ministries dealing with a particular project to a one-window form of regulation. And in addition to that, in the case of particular projects, move them out of the environmental assessment process. We have consulted extensively and provided notice of our intention to act in this way, and we did. There is urgency on these issues, as you can expect, urgency to proceed with these projects, this historic call for power, which involves First Nations. And so from my point of view, regulation and legislation that's enabling, they'll have significant consultation going forward with First Nations and others, but in particular First Nations. Will meet the test, will serve the interests of everyone in BC, and I strongly support the legislation.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. In response to a couple statements that I've heard from the Minister, and noting from his point of view that the stark call for power involves First Nations, that there has been extensive consultation, daily even, I think was part of the statement that we just heard. And despite all of that work, and some of the work I understand actually led by BC Hydro, Crown Corporation, we have First Nations leaders that have questions, critical questions, about how laws that are developed in this province that are related to any resources or any impact on unsettled territories, many which have complicated overlaps that have not been addressed, as I understand is the mandate of this government. This call from leadership is to have a moment's pause. We have the months between the spring session and the fall session, and ensure that their questions that they still have are answered, and that the consultation is done to the satisfaction of all parties, not just the government, not just the NDP government. And I want to read a quote from the First Nations Leadership Council, Chief Robert Phillips, longtime respected leader in British Columbia, who says, "Our chiefs are frustrated. They're upset and they feel betrayed. But at one swipe of a pen, the Premier can put all of this off to the fall, and that's what we're calling for." And when we talk about a definition for consultation, and we get numbers like 12 First Nations, a letter to 102 First Nations, what we heard reports, 99 First Nations engaged. Many of us know that there are over 200 individual, what was called Indian Act bands in British Columbia. Maybe they won't all be impacted by these projects, but I think the fact is that if we're truly to abide by the NDP's, let's make it clear, your enactment of UNDRIP, which is now called DRIPA, which implores us to abide by free, meaning it's not bought, prior, meaning before the act is actually done, informed, meaning all information is given to all parties, consent, with First Nations leaders and in true partnership, then I'm just wondering if the minister could explain to me how this legislation still meets the requirements of this government's own legislation and is in order to be passed as is, if we're hearing a clear outcry from First Nations leadership that it does not, in fact, from their perspective, align with DRIPA. And in order for their consent to be given on new legislation, although it may mirror older legislation that likely probably still needs work, they'd like that consultation to be complete with their satisfaction. So my question to the ministers is, how can this legislation move forward if it in fact is being seen as out of line with the provisions of DRIPA as it's written?
Minister.
Well, thank you. Thanks to the member for her question. Was 202 letters sent out. That's where the consultation was in answer to the first question on this. And I just, so there's no disagreement with us there. This legislation and this process is enabling. We need to move forward on these measures with urgency and with these projects with urgency. It's one of the reasons why the process to develop, for example, the 9 wind and 1 solar project, and the legislation applies in different ways to wind and solar, but why moving forward with those projects is so important. It's important for the First Nations involved as owners, because they will receive revenue and benefits from that when the windmills are turning. Equally with the North Coast Transmission Line, which presents a different challenge, which is a long linear line, which we've been in extensive discussions. I've had personally many meetings with First Nations on that line, myself personally, and obviously officials of BC Hydro, officials of the government have had extensive consultation on that line. It's our view that the change in the regulatory structure, the consultation that's taken place, the fact that the regulations further to enabling legislation will be coming forward in consultation meets those requirements. I understand that some people may disagree with that, and that's a legitimate debate, just as we disagree on DRIPA. We support it, the government supports it, and the leader of the opposition opposes it. So that's a difference of opinion. The member's quite right to describe it now as a government initiative, although initially it was passed unanimously in the legislature. So that's how we've chosen to proceed. I respect greatly Robert Phillips, so much so that when we announced the new call for power just a couple of short weeks ago, he was there and speaking in favor of what we were doing. So we work closely with him and with everybody else to ensure that what is, I think, going to happen with these projects, which is a historic development of wealth in First Nations communities. The first call for power, $3 billion in equity. This is the work and the partnership of the provincial federal government, BC Hydro, and First Nations community. That will be followed by further wealth that will be created by further projects in the next call for power. This is a historic and positive thing, and I think it's viewed so generally. But that doesn't mean that everyone will necessarily agree on everything all the time. But it does mean we take our role in consultation very seriously. We have through this process. We understand the urgency and the need for that urgency for these projects in a time of climate change. And we also, I would say, and I strongly believe that this can be transformational and is transformational. Renewable energy projects in BC that will make an enormous difference to our future, that have met the commercial test, that are relatively low-cost projects, and that ensure that the wealth created by that project is not as an IPP that might be held outside the country, goes somewhere else, but it actually stays in BC and stays in local communities because of the ownership of First Nations in those projects. All of those are important elements, why we took so long working on this call for power, and why I think the call for power was so successful.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Can you confirm then for the record, Minister, how the bill aligns with Section 3 in the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People?
Minister.
Yep, there was consultation in terms of an urgency to act on these important issues. There will be continued consultation and development of the regulations. And that is important and critical in the development of legislation. And it will continue to be in the future because of our joint commitment to the Declaration Act. In this case, there is an urgency to act, and we're acting on that urgency. We have engaged, listened, responded on concerns about the Act, and also to provide information about the Act, as we will continue to do as we work with First Nations and others to develop the regulations.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Just so I can be clear on the response then from the Minister, if consultation is considered by this government to be complete by their standards, but incomplete by Indigenous leaders' standards, then how do we communicate the reconciliation of that difference and the use of urgency as the sole vehicle to override consultation to their satisfaction?
Minister.
By doing it, by continuing to consult on an enabling bill which requires regulation, and continuing that work together. That's how it's done. In terms of the projects themselves, as I've noted, we've extensively consulted on the development of those projects, and that's how they were selected. And I think that was the process by which we were selected. We did not, of course, consult on the decisions as to which projects were successful, ultimately. That was a decision based on the criteria of BC Hydro. It happened to be that the consultation project, or the guidelines required 25% First Nation ownership, and we ended up averaging more than 50, which was, I think, a tribute to the success of the process and the success of that consultation. And how we demonstrate is continue to act, continue to consult, continue to work with First Nations and, of course, others to make this legislation work for everybody.
Columbia River Revelstoke. Oh, sorry. Prince George.
North Caribou.
Not as good.
Sorry, my apologies. Thank you for your opinion, Minister. Prince George, North Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Minister. On May 22nd, I was privileged to meet with Huxel Chief Phillips and their council in their boardroom on the reserve on Mountain House Road. They wanted to make a few points with me. They stressed that they're very supportive of development. However, they have serious concerns about not being consulted about Bill 14 and other matters. They have concerns based on their experiences at Mount Poly, which I'm sure the minister is familiar with, and they have concerns about the ongoing issues there. They have issues and concerns about reclamation and environmental stewardship. And as their representative, I did articulate that I would take their concerns forward. And the question I have to the minister is, was the Haxel First Nation consulted about Bill 14?
Minister.
Yeah, a letter went to every nation offering us the opportunity to engage, and that was 202 First Nations.
Minister, if I may continue.
Member.
Thank you. So when did this letter go out to you, Ms. Birch, and what kind of reception did you receive from this letter? Is this letter sent out 2 months ago, 6 months ago, a year ago? Was there adequate time for band council members to review the contents of this letter, hold meetings, and do their own consultations within their community? Or was this something that was just sent out very recently and not really provide adequate time for proper consultation?
Minister.
Thank you. The communications went out February 11th, 2025. And there have been inquiries in that period from 45 First Nations to which the government has responded.
Thank you. Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to move to a different topic for the time being. As we know, the bill puts the BC Energy Regulator, a Crown corporation that oversees oil and gas operations, in charge of renewable energy projects and at least one major new transmission line. This bill exempts wind projects and the North Coast transmission line from the environmental assessment process. Instead, the BC Energy Regulator will develop a new regulatory process for assessing renewable energy projects. I just want to key in on the BC Energy Regulator first. A couple of questions. Can the minister provide us with an outline of the timeline for the BC Energy Regulator to have the new regulatory regime in place? And what are the transition plans between now and then?
Minister.
So, Honourable Speaker, there's two ways to look about it, so I'll try and provide the member with the maximum information. As he knows that we're looking at a number of 3 different levels of regulation. Part of the reason why we have the first level of regulation is to ensure that the BC Energy Regulator can take charge of these projects right away. And so that's the purpose of it. That's on a further section, and we'll get to that when we get there. The Lieutenant Governor and Council regulations will be developed first. They're primarily about turning on the relevant provisions of the ERAA to renewable energy activities. If the Act is approved, and I'm hoping it will be, it's going to be very convincing in the committee. The regulations are expected to be developed in stages as follows. Phase 1 by July 2025. The legislation would establish the BCR as a primary permitting agency for the North Coast transmission line, and the BCR will have delegated authorities for provincial natural resource authorizations needed to authorize early works and support the smooth transition of authorities for the wind projects. Phase 2, by fall of 2025, BCR will be established as a primary regulator and permitting authority for wind and solar energy projects. Wind and solar energy projects will require a construction and operation permit from the BCER. And then early next year, Phase 3, BCER board regulations would establish a robust regulatory framework for the life cycle oversight of wind and solar projects that will ensure safety and protection of the environment.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you. The BC Energy Regulator is not set up for public engagement in the same way as the Environmental Assessment Office is. Any person can make a submission to the BCER, yet there's no requirement for a response. A stakeholder recently asked the BCER about their decision-making process related to the PRGT pipeline and was told by the BCER that their decision-making process is not for the public. I'd like to ask the Minister, how will the BCER's process be accessible and transparent to the public?
Minister.
In advance of issuing permits, information is provided for people in the area affected by a project. And obviously, a deadline is in place for people to hear from that, and that forms part of the decision-making process of the BCER with respect to permitting. In addition to that, of course, there's the BCER also posts decisions, and there's a process for that as well. But I think that answers the question the member had.
Leader of the third party.
Just to clarify, I didn't hear anything in the Minister's answer that suggested there is an ability for the BCR to take submissions or to reply to submissions within this process. I heard information distributed and posting of decisions strictly a one-way information flow from what I understood. Could the Minister clarify there is no two-way flow of input within their process?
Minister.
Thank you. So in the process, there is obviously information from the regulator to the public, to the concerned public, and depending on what the circumstances are, but who would be in the immediate vicinity, say, of a relative vicinity of a renewable energy project, for example, or the transmission line in a different type of regulation. And then people who are concerned have ability to provide information and concern to the regulatory that informs, or the BC Energy Regulator that informs their decision-making process, which is essentially how it works, which I think is what I said before. In addition, those concerns may well be brought to brought to the attention of the proponent, as they well should be, to ensure that they're in a position to respond as well. And that's the process that's involved and has been involved over there from the time of the Oil and Gas Commission, now the BC Energy Regulator, for a time. And there will be a regulatory framework in place for renewable projects in the time frame I suggested to the member.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you. In addition to transparency issues, the BCER has a history of failing to regulate. BCER inspectors documented more than 80 potential infractions during 40 inspections of Coastal GasLink pipeline work sites, but only flagged 5 as violations of provincial regulations. Is the minister satisfied with the BCER's track record of compliance and enforcement activities to date?
Minister.
So the short answer is yes. But I'll give I know the member always always wishes to get more from me, so I'm going to give him a little bit more than that. But also, what I'll do is, instead of reading the entire discussion, which is more of an estimates debate discussion of the BC Energy Regulator than it is a bill debate, I'll just go through some highlights in terms of compliance and enforcement. The BCR maintains a comprehensive compliance management system to identify, coordinate, track, and continuously improve compliance management activities. This ensures energy companies in British Columbia operate in accordance with provincial legislation, regulations, permits, and authorizations designed to uphold public safety and environmental protection. As part of this system, the BCR dedicates significant resources to monitoring compliance, including carrying out more than 4,000 in-person inspections of energy resource activity sites across the province each year. There are more than 300 professionals in all kinds of areas at the BC Energy Regulator. Having had the occasion, Honourable Chair, to visit Fort St. John and visited the offices there, the level of expertise and the detailed understanding of the issues is remarkable by the people at the BC Energy Regulator. The inspection level initial compliance rate, just to go through issues and compliance, was over 94% during the period from 2017 to 2023. 254 out of 4,355 individual non-compliances were considered high severity, which requires permit holders to correct them within 24 hours. All others were of low severity, requiring correction within either 14 or 30 days. In short, I think the BC Energy Regulator, and there's always criticism of a regulator, there is of other regulators as well. It's possible in the past I've criticized the CRTC a few dozen times. That doesn't mean that I necessarily think that the CRTC doesn't do its job, and equally the BC Energy Regulator, I think, does an outstanding job, not just of as I noted earlier, the honourable member may have heard earlier of a direct community level involvement, in particular with First Nations, in particular with Treaty 8 First Nations, who are very involved in the main current regulatory focus of the energy regulator, which is the oil and gas industry. Close, when I refer to daily communications, I say to my other colleague, the Opposition House Leader, that's what I was referring to in my answer to that question, the BC Energy Regulator, and that I expect they'll continue to maintain those high standards in the coming discussion, in their coming responsibilities for renewables, as they have over time, these outstanding public servants have done with respect to the oil and gas industry.
Leader of the third party.
Thanks. So with this bill, the province is taking regulatory power from the public service and putting it into the hands of a Crown corporation funded almost entirely by industry, doing so without environmental assessment. Can the minister tell us, is the BCR getting more staff and skills to administer the acts that other ministries would otherwise be responsible?
Minister.
Yes, of course. And one of the key questions, we discussed this earlier, is there would be concern, perhaps in the oil and gas industry, if they were going to have to pay for the regulation of renewable industry. So how the BC Energy Regulator gets funded is, yes, from fees imposed on participants, on applicants, whether it's in the oil and gas industry now, in the hydrogen industry now, because we passed this legislation, happily with the support of the opposition 3 years ago, and will be with the renewable industry. So of course they'll build out capacity in the renewable industry, but that doesn't take away their responsibility and obligations with respect to oil and gas. With respect to the public servants in the ministries, I think this has one other positive effect, which is to create, in fact, and to give responsibility. When you think of these projects and how significant they are, $6 billion worth of projects, the energy equivalent to Site C, 51% owned by First Nations, that these projects, as they are developed, also come out of the responsibilities of the line ministries, which gives them more ability to respond to issues, I would argue, in other areas of endeavor where the Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship is responsible. And I'd just say finally, in terms of the BC Energy Regulator, I don't know how you'd characterize that, but there's a team of 300 professionals. And subject matter experts include biologists, engineers, hydrologists, agrologists, compliance and enforcement officers, First Nation liaison officers, heritage conservation officers, and archaeologists. And of course, the BC Energy Regulator will continue and will need to expand as its responsibilities expand here, and you would expect that to be the case.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much. So the minister's outlined the 51% ownership on, I believe, 9 of the projects. Some clarification for the 51% ownership. Is the 51% ownership by Indian Band First Nations, treaty nations, complete sovereign nations, or is there also corporate entities that represent First Nations that have the 51% ownership? And can you also clarify, of those projects and of those 51 percentages, are there more than one First Nations or corporate entities or treaty nations that claim ownership, and what those divisions may be?
Minister.
Perhaps just to save time, I'm happy to provide this to the member. The First Nations partners are the following. There's some Treaty 8 partners, some other partners who have different historic statutes and so on. So the Upper Nicola Band, the Wew'wachum First Nations, the Ashcroft Indian Band, the West Bank First Nations, the Lower Nicola Indian Band, the Klikleitene, the Stelleton, the Oregon Jack, and the West Moberly First Nations, and the Soto First Nations. So those are the owners. In 9 of those cases, it's 51%. In 1 of those cases, it's 49%.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Okay, just to gain clarity, those nations are the nations that are involved, and it is their territories on which the projects are. Do they have any of their corporate entities that are representative in the 51% ownership?
Minister.
Well, how the First Nation participates is obviously up to them. We're happy to provide the member with detailed information about it. But how they operate, some First Nations, as the member will know, have economic development offices that that leave their ventures, others don't. But essentially what we have are projects that are have majority ownership by First Nations. And I think it's a remarkable achievement by them. And we're hopeful as we go into a new round of a new call for power, which we announced a couple of weeks ago, and which will go out, which will have, I expect, similar arrangements around First Nations and minimum ownership in any event, which they can go, that we'll see the same thing there, which is lasting, ongoing electricity purchase agreements that provide constant and comprehensive revenue over decades. And that's an achievement by BC Hydro, yes, and I'd argue broadly by the government or the people of BC, but also by the First Nations themselves.
House Leader of the House Leader of the Official Opposition.
So when the minister says that it's up to them, and making reference to the First Nations, that they get to decide whether that be the corporate entity that has ownership or it's the First Nations themselves, my question is trying to grapple with something here, and that goes back to consultation. And so if you are in fact dealing with the corporate entities for these projects and getting either consent and permissions through the corporate entities, then that looks and sounds quite different than dealing with the leadership of these Indigenous nations, who would in fact be the title and rights holders. That's why I'm looking for clarity on which falls where, on which projects.
Minister.
Well, certainly when I celebrated the projects, it was with the chiefs in a general sense. Day after we had a meeting with successful proponents, and that was the case. I went over this earlier, and just to say why, in terms of the call for power projects, how the process developed. And it really developed as a result of, in this case, an 8-month engagement with BC Hydro on the design for the call for power that occurred, and then the development as we went forward in that process with the First Nations Energy and Mining Council on an advisory committee that advised us as to the provisions of that. And the result was that the First Nations involved have the ownership share was stated. And I think that's of real value and certainly something that's been celebrated by the chiefs who, and I don't need to imply in the discussion of Bill 14 because people would have different views and different processes. I'm not suggesting they're supporting Bill 14. I'm just saying that that's who we celebrated with, and that's who the agreements are made.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Okay, so just to have clarity then on that it sounds like by the minister's answer, the chiefs, the rights holders would have been the ones who consultation and consent was given through these projects. So in the incident of an overlap situation, which we have definitely riddled throughout the valley and throughout British Columbia, many unsettled territories that may be looking to have these kinds of partnerships with the province of British Columbia. In that case, can the minister explain what the threshold for consent is by percentage, and would that be by chiefs and councils or by all citizens, every man, woman, and child? What threshold of consent is considered satisfactory under the consultation window that's explained here, and if there is a timeline for that to happen? So is there a certain amount of time that's typically outlined as being, you have this much time and then that's it, the deadline comes down and we must move forward, and how that actually might work then in situations where projects located on more than one First Nations territory and consent won't actually be a prerequisite once this legislation passes to a project being fast-tracked, and there may be even less time for consultation and attempting to reconcile the project's impact on First Nations rights. How can we understand that that is going to work under the current provision of free prior informed consent?
Minister.
Well, I think we're talking about different things in terms of consent. This was a call for power. So there was consent by the governments and how they established their own criteria. There was a call for power, and First Nations governments responded to that and developed their own partnerships and made applications, and then won in the process because of the quality of their applications, the electricity purchase agreements. So that was the process. It is, of course, the rights holders, of course, will we would hope would work with other rights holders on these questions. But that was the process here. It wasn't a process of us reaching out and saying, this project is there. It's a question of First Nations applying and being part of a call for power and a competitive process, which in this case, 10 First Nations won.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Can the minister confirm that that would be the typical process moving forward, as to ensure, give assurances that, again, the wording is what people tend to trip upon, because we're talking about, of course, projects that are already on the docket and are on their way to being completed in development, but the questions that many Indigenous leaders have, and not just Indigenous leaders, but leaders from municipalities, different environmental groups all over, are asking not what has transpired, but what could transpire under this legislation. And so, again, I go back to the wording. Can the minister confirm that if there was a desired project and under the current Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, if consent were not given, that project would in fact be axed and not move forward?
Minister.
Well, I'd just say that consultation is still required for permits, and being streamlined doesn't guarantee you get the permit, first of all. That's important to understand. And all proponents, First Nations or otherwise, have a responsibility to work with their neighbors to ensure that projects are ultimately successful. This isn't streamlining processes, doesn't guarantee success in those processes. On permits or anything else, you have to meet the standard.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Definitely clear that the consultation piece is riddled throughout the conversation. I'd like to ask the direct question: if this government considers the underlined word consent in the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act as binding in terms of projects moving forward or not?
Minister.
Well, Honorable Speaker, our goal, of course, is to achieve agreement in all cases, and we seek to do that as best we can, working with the laws that are in place. And so our goal is to seek agreement. The term is consent, and our goal is to achieve that. And that's what we do in all instances.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Just one more question with regards to agreement and what that looks like. Can the minister confirm if there is a identified threshold by this government upon which agreement would be satisfied in nature?
Minister.
Well, I don't think there would be, it would be in the interest of anybody to have one formula. There are big projects and small projects, ones where overlap is different in different circumstances. So you have to have a way of addressing projects that addresses involvement and seeks the widest possible support for a project, and that's what we continue to do. But the idea that a small project in one area has and a large project that has huge implications for a number of nations are the same is not the case. We have to work through on a project-by-project basis in every case in a way as to achieve the maximum support we can get for the project.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Seeing as there is no formula and there seems to be a lot of uncertainty around this one question among litigators, lawyers, leaders, people in vested interest in not just these projects, but many of the dealings that Indigenous nations may have with the government moving forward. If it is to be determined on a project-by-project basis, then my last question in this line of questioning would be if majority agreement cannot be achieved, if there is just an inability to actually meet the roadblocks that can happen on the way to these kind of projects meeting their goals, then what is the intended response of this government in the case that majority agreement, as you've defined, just simply cannot be achieved? Then what's the response under the legislation as it's written?
Minister.
Well, there's real value in having statutory decision makers, and our policy guides those decision makers to seek support and to listen and to hear and to engage with parties, in particular First Nations, but obviously there are other parties in different circumstances. So that's always the thing, that the statutory decision maker has some very different permitting decisions to make. Sometimes they're relatively small decisions about a particular matter, and sometimes they're large decisions about whether a project proceeds on an important permit. So those are different. But the purpose of the process is to guide the statutory decision makers, in this case, largely the BC Energy Regulator, or in this case, the BC Energy Regulator. That policy drives them to listen and to engage, as they do every day in the course of their work.
Member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a short line of questioning here, as most of these topics have been covered by my colleagues. We canvassed this pretty extensively, and I know this is Bill 14, but some of the processes with Bill 15, and I want to make a couple of things crystal clear here for the record, because as my colleague for Surrey White Rock pointed out, there were some concerns among First Nation leaders across the province around what this government has set up in place with respect to the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and the expectation that First Nations are involved in the drafting of legislation. And I think that's where a lot of this concern is coming from some of these First Nations. And again, this is a framework that this government has strictly adhered to, but it seems like for this project, there's been some swerving around those pieces. So to the Minister, I'm hoping that he could provide some clarity on whether or not I understand there was extensive consultation that took place before the drafting of the legislation, but were drafts of Bill 14 presented to those parties across the province for feedback along the way before we sit here today?
Minister.
Thank you. I noted this earlier, but I'm happy to do so again. On April 17th and 18th, the draft of the bill was shared with First Nations and First Nations organizations who requested them.
Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you for that clarification to the Minister. There was quite a few responses provided to the Ministry in response to the drafting of this bill and to the consultation process, generally speaking. Would the Minister be able to share what some general themes of concern would have been among some of the First Nations related to the drafting of Bill 14?
Minister.
Again, I put this in record, but I'll do it again just so we have a full exchange here. The province provided more than 50 letters in response to inquiries from 45 First Nations and First Nations organizations. They had direct meetings with 12 First Nations to answer questions directly. Some of those were in person, but probably a lot of them virtually. That was as a result of the February 11th, 2025 notification of First Nations on various regulatory initiatives aimed at streamlining renewable energy projects and transmission lines. A second letter was sent on April the 23rd, 2025 to all First Nations outlining the next steps in the legislative process, and I guess this is one of them, and the regulatory development for renewable energy projects. Just like there was what we heard in the consultation with First Nations on the call for power, which was took place over a longer period of time. There was what we heard report that outlined some of the concerns of people, and they did have to do with timelines and concerns around timelines and capacity. And concerns raised about ensuring that the BCER diligently enforce permit conditions, which we've discussed already in the committee and will discuss again, I'm sure, and hold proponents accountable for infractions. That would currently occur under the current framework by ministries, and now would occur by the BC Energy Regulator, which has done it with other energy industries for a while, but still that's a concern that was raised. There was concerns about the issue of the Environmental Assessment Act with respect to the North Coast Transmission Line that were raised and have been raised by First Nations in our lengthy discussions on those lines, which were raised even beforehand as we worked through in detail on those questions with many First Nations, the route and the development of the route of that line. 90% of that line is on a current right-of-way, but nonetheless, there are obviously concerns raised. So those are some of the concerns raised.
Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister. I just have a couple of questions. Just to follow up to that, through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, we've heard with some of the different regulations and legislation that's come forward around that issue of capacity, and that downloading some of this capacity to nations that don't have it can actually, really slow a process down when that's not the intention. So I'm hoping that the Minister could describe in a little bit more detail some of the specific capacity concerns that nations brought forward when they were asked to provide their feedback about Bill 14, please.
Minister.
There are concerns in development of capacity to have resources to engage in the process and to engage appropriately in the process. We have secured, as we develop regulations out of the enabling legislation, we've secured some of those resources for First Nations.
Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you to the Minister for clarifying, working on some of those capacity issues here. Just to my final question, as the Minister mentioned, there are, some projects in the queue here which are on treaty land. It appears, just, doing my homework here, that many are not. And when we're entering into agreements which involve traditional territory for First Nations, relationships evolve over time, and, potential disputes, what have you, in the future about maybe ownership stakes or territory overlaps with First Nations could be a serious concern. So I just wonder if the Minister could answer, is there a plan developing this legislation that also with those nations involved in these projects, is the Ministry working closely with the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, to potentially fast-track reconciliation agreements in order to address title on some of these territories where these projects are taking place? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister.
Well, the member will know as a critic in the area, I think, that the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation has been works on overlap issues, which are significant issues everywhere for a long time. Those overlap issues aren't specifically dealt with in this legislation.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you. A couple of questions then about the definitions in Clause 1. The North Coast transmission line is specified, well, not specified, from around Prince George to around Terrace. This strikes me as very vague, given, as the Minister said, 90% of the current alignment is a twinning. Can the Minister tell us where the terminus of the North Coast transmission line is to be located?
Minister.
As the member would know, we're still working with the nations, for example, on the routing. And so the wording's appropriate given those discussions that are ongoing.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you. So does the terminology of around a municipality have any legal meaning or constraint? I understand the vagueness, but does that mean it's within a certain distance of Prince George or Terrace, or could around be applied to any distance?
Minister.
Well, we don't define around in the Act, but, and thankfully not, we'd have much longer bills, but it has its ordinary meaning. It's, and we know where the line's going. We're twinning an existing line, so we know where the line's going. There are specific questions about routing that the member will understand, but in a general sense, it's going from Prince George to Terrace, and it's an established project, and looking forward to it being built.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you. So the term renewable energy is defined to mean energy derived from a renewable resource. The term renewable resource is listed a number of renewable resources with an additional caveat of a prescribed resource. So can the minister speak to how, when, where, and why a resource might need to be prescribed as renewable after the legislation is passed?
Minister.
Well, the definition does allow for other resources to be prescribed. We know this field of renewable energy is expanding, opportunities expand, but what they have to be is renewable, right? It's not fossil fuels, it's not uranium, they have to be renewable resources. That's in the definition. So what we're saying is, as we do in the Clean Energy Act, and this adopts exactly that approach to the Clean Energy Act, is that if there's new technological developments that assist us in having a new renewable prescribed activity, then the legislation gives government the opportunity to prescribe it, just as it does in the Clean Energy Act, and just as you would expect it to do. That said, what we tried to do is be more specific, to list off the ones that we expect that are available today. And we've done that, which I suppose may not be necessary, but is designed to assist in understanding of what we're doing and allows us to add other resources. But what's absolutely clear is that it's not fossil fuels and it's not uranium, because for one, there's two other regulatory regimes, one for nuclear, which says no, essentially, Clean Energy Act, and the other, the application of the energy regulator to oil and gas, already in place for them. But the purpose of this is to support and to, yes, fast-track renewable energy projects, which are these projects and potentially in future projects that we don't imagine exactly today.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you. If at some point in the future there is a new renewable resource that we're not currently aware of, such as cold fusion, or I was going to say hydrogen, but that doesn't apply, would it not be simple to amend this bill rather than giving the need for this regulatory power to cabinet? I'm still not understanding why a cabinet would need to prescribe this on a short-term basis, given what we already know about renewables and the possibility there.
Minister.
Well, we could, would say, define renewables more broadly, and then when I'm asked a question in committee, list off the appropriate, the renewables that we're aware of now. What we've done instead is to add to that definition specific forms of renewable energy, which is what we've done, and then said that if others are developed and need to be prescribed, that it be added by regulation. And this is precisely the approach taken in the current Clean Energy Act. I suppose one could have a different approach in this act as the present Clean Energy Act, but that's not what we seek to do. And what we're seeking to do is support renewable energy here with this legislation, because it's in the public interest, not least of which of communities, of First Nations, and of the public. And so what we're attempting to do in the definition section is say, here's what renewable energy is. There may be some things we haven't contemplated, and we'll be able to address those by regulation without having, as much as I enjoy the extensive process that develops around legislation, and personally I might appreciate that. I think it's a reasonable provision and one that mirrors the existing act.
Leader of the third party.
Okay, so I appreciate the list that's in the legislation, and I believe I understand what renewable means. However, would the minister concede that it is possible that somebody could claim that a fossil fuel is renewable over a certain period of time. I mean, I believe LNG has been presented certainly as cleaner than other fossil fuels. Could a legal argument not be made that, for example, natural gas or fossil gas is renewable, whether it's within our lifetime or several hundred million years? Is that not a possible argument in the future?
Minister.
Fossil fuels, this does not apply to fossil fuels. They are not renewable. Say that very clearly again so that everybody understands. It's possible people understand it who are listening online. They're not renewable. Fossil fuels are otherwise regulated by the BC Energy Regulator. And so it is not possible, and I don't think any fossil fuel proponent would want it to be, but regardless, under this act, it's not for fossil fuels, it's for renewable resources in the way that we understand it.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the definitive answer and indication on this. However, I have to say that in this bill and another bill that is being considered, the government is indulging in a lot of, just trust us, we won't use it that way. And so I do have a motion for an amendment to that definition of renewable resource. Sorry, Madam Chair, I don't think I've done this in committee. Can I give this to you? And oh, there we go. Thank you. And so I rise to move an amendment to clause 1 in my name. Yes. It seeks to remove, let me just find the bill. It would remove the words "or a prescribed resource" from the definition of renewable resource. So that would leave the existing list of 6, 7, 8 resources. And then can I speak to it? May I? Thank you. So as I said, seeks to amend the definition by removing prescribed resource. The definition of renewable resource as it's written includes all the renewable energy resources that we know, but seems to leave open the ability for the minister to determine, or for cabinets to determine, what is considered renewable without appropriate scientific input. We don't know what this potential resource could be that would be included. Definition does not need ambiguity to include some other form of renewable resource that could be potentially damaging. I believe I'm introducing this because I think it's important that we don't devolve some of these decisions to cabinets. And we're debating the legislation. The legislation is clear until we get to prescribed resource, at which point it could be something else that we're not aware of. I would suggest that if we come across another renewable resource, that it would be worth taking the time to have this debate, to sit in this room again and talk about it. And with that, I would encourage support to this amendment, because I don't believe that Cabinet needs this kind of discretion under the legislation as it's presented.
The committee will take a recess while we consider the amendment. And
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the Committee on the Whole on Bill Number 14, Renewable Energy Projects Streamline Permitting Act, back to order. We are currently considering an amendment to Clause 1, which has been ruled to be in order. I understand that the leader of the third party has already given his remarks. So the question is the amendment to Clause 1, recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I wouldn't want to miss a debate on an amendment, although I'd be happy to let the member for Peace River South go first if you'd like. But, you know, in my view, the definition of renewable resource is clear. A resource has to be renewable to be added to this category. That's explicit. I've made that clear to the member. The definition here is consistent with the Clean Energy Act, passed in the last week. Having different definitions, I don't think would be useful to the legislature or to the public. This to be clear that nuclear is not a renewable resource because it relies on finite resources. And so I would oppose, understand the reasonable legislation being brought forward by the leader of the third party. I have no objection to it, but I don't agree with it and I don't support it. I don't think it's helpful to make this piece of legislation inconsistent with another or to exclude future renewable resources. And the issue of them being renewable is defined in the Act, that to put in roadblocks to the adoption of future renewable resources. So appreciate the spirit in which the amendment was presented, but I don't support it and will be voting against it.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With extreme respect to the minister, I have seen and I continue to experience people and industries, members of industry that in fact are marketing natural gas as renewable if it's from a biosource. I've seen, well, and I guess I haven't spoken of this in the legislature before, but I did teach law when I was in high school. I was a TA, and while I taught tort law, I would be curious as to the actual definition of what a renewable product is. If we think about how natural gas is actually formed, it is from a biological product. And it's a decomposition, arthropogenic or anthropogenic decomposition of a biological source. I think, again, I'm not a lawyer, not pretending to be one, but I wonder if, in fact, there might be an opportunity for a challenge in that particular instance. I'll give another example where, and I didn't confirm this, so I'm not going to say it with all certainty other than I was of the understanding that the energy regulator was suggesting that the oil from Northeast BC was green for the simple fact that it was being produced under very high levels of scrutiny or very high level legislative requirements. So in principle, I agree with the minister, but I think there is an opportunity here to actually take a little bit closer look at what that definition actually does mean. So, thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
Yeah, I think we're talking about separate issues here. It may be that a form of energy has, say, a low emission characteristic, or a process with a low emission characteristic, or that a company or an enterprise might define something as renewable, because generally that's a nice word. It's one that I like. It's in the title of the legislation, as it turns out. But I'm saying for the purposes of the definition in this legislation, as established equally in the Clean Energy Act, that would not be the case. And so you would have to address that differently if you wanted that to happen. So in response to the amendment put forward by the leader of the third party, I'd say that while people may may advocate for different forms of energy, it was the Oil and Gas Commission was created to regulate oil and gas, and it was defined the Oil and Gas Commission, and then now in the BC Energy Regulator. In this case, this is designed to advance renewable energy projects, including those stated and ones that we might identify in the future that are renewable in the ordinary understanding and the legislative understanding of the term. And so that's why it wouldn't apply to those things. Should a future government wish to take different action with respect to, renewable gas or whatever it's sometimes called, different things, right, in this space, or want to take different action with respect to natural gas and its regulation, it could do so under a different act. But that would be, the legislature is free to take actions in the future. But on this law, on this basis, it's renewable energy as we understand it here, and currently that's those forms of energy as described in Section 1. And should you want to add that, it would have to be defined. It would have to be a future form of energy that would meet that criteria.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you to the Minister, Madam Chair, for that answer. Then would this amendment not help us eliminate that potential for misconstruing or misunderstanding or a reinterpretation of that word? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
Not at all, any more than the current definition in the Clean Energy Act would. The definition, there's a definition in the Act of, if you look at Section 1 of renewable energy, means energy derived from a renewable resource, right? And then renewable resource means biomass, biogas, geothermal heat, hydro, solar, ocean, wind, or a prescribed resource. And that would be something consistent with the definition of renewable as found in the legislation and in other legislation.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Once again, I thank you for the answer. The one topic or the one situation that I am thinking of is I was invited to attend a facility where they are proposing to market renewable natural gas from biogas, or creating a biogas from landfill waste and marketing as natural gas. How would the minister deal with that situation? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
Well, if you look at the definition here, biogas is already included in that circumstance. So that's in the section already and is reflected in that. I think there's enormous progress being made in the space, and it's one of the things when we talk with the Minister of Energy in Alberta and other jurisdictions, we talk about how it is that we can reduce emissions, and I'm very proud, for example, in BC, that we put forward projects that have the lowest emissions in their category in the world, because I think it's something that we can market around the world and will have a real impact on people. So this isn't a statement about that. I think we've got to encourage innovation everywhere as we address energy demands and issues around climate change, for example. So I'm not making a statement about that. I'm simply saying that's what the legislation will do, and it's why I'm opposed to the amendment.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I accept the minister's answer. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions or comments, the question is the amendment to Clause 1. Shall the amendment pass?
Nay. Division.
The motion is, the amendment is defeated. Division? Division has been called.
First one.
Yes.
I don't have to vote. It's Vision in the Little House.
Before putting the question, I remind all members that only the members of Section C or their duly appointed substitute are authorized to vote. The question is, shall the amendment to Clause 1 pass? Those in favor, please rise or otherwise indicate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Those voting nay, please rise or otherwise indicate. Thank you. You may be seated. Clerk?
MLA Davidson,
I vote nay.
MLA Gibson,
I vote nay.
those voting aye, Wilson, Peyton, Moss, McCall, L. Neufeld, Valeriot, 6. Those voting nay, Dix, Rutledge, Morissette, Wickens, Davidson, Gibson, 6.
Seeing that the votes are equal, as chair, I must exercise a casting vote as per Standing Order 10. On page 75 of Parliamentary Practice in BC, 5th edition, it is noted that the chair should vote against an amendment or sub-amendment to a clause or schedule to maintain the bill in its existing form or to allow for further discussion. Therefore, I cast my vote against the proposed amendment. The amendment is therefore defeated. Shall Clause 1 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 2 pass?
We'll take a recess, just a minute to let people come in. Just a minute to let the staff come back.
On clause 1, we have a few more questions.
Sorry.
Oh,
We'll just,
recognizing the minister.
Yeah, we passed Clause 1. I think there was a misunderstanding. I think the opposition has more questions on Clause 1. So if we could revert to Clause 1 by consent, I'd appreciate that.
Is there unanimous consent that we can go back to Clause 1? Okay. So recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Collect my thoughts here for a moment, but,
Do you want to just wait till staff get back?
oh, yes, yes, thank you.
Good, okay.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Getting back to the questions that we were discussing before we talked a lot about the consultation topics, one of the things that I was getting to was I'm curious if the government, or why the government chose to go with Bill 14 as opposed to, and specifically identifying certain projects as opposed to releasing or reducing the overall burden for all projects for the entire economy. I can't imagine that wouldn't be a windfall for the entire province. Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
Well, this is about the importance of these projects and of renewable resources as well. The member will know that a lot of this, a lot of Bill 14 moves the renewable resources into the BC Energy Regulators regulation or supervision and regulation as the oil and gas industry and has been since 1998, 99, and as the hydrogen industry has been more recently. And so that's why this model using the BC Energy Regulator has been applied. There are, of course, other provisions of the legislation that have to do with wind projects and with the North Coast Transmission Line in order to speed the regulatory process around those legislations to give them the priority and the streamlined regulation that they require. But I think it's the centrality of the government's actions with respect to BC Hydro's energy plan, the need to get projects built and done, the need to get renewable projects built and done, and the need to apply better regulation to the sector because it's clearly, we have put forward the first call for power, which is significant. There's a second call for power. There's also, obviously, and this will focus on renewables as well, a call for expressions of interests on firm power. So all of these are significant actions to address the economy and climate change, and that's why the focus on renewables has been placed in this legislation as opposed to all projects. We are, of course, and this is something we discussed in the estimates debate, I don't want to revisit it necessarily, but we're working hard to drive economic development across the piece, but this piece of legislation is specifically focused on renewable energy projects and really applies in many of its clauses and sections, things that have been applied to other parts of the energy industry for more than 25 years.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you to the Minister for the answer. In fact, that's a good segue to, I got up this morning and realized that I hadn't read well, in many years, I hadn't read the Energy Resource Activities Act but I've reread it today. So thank you for that. Thank you for the impetus to do so. I do appreciate that. My question still is, so I understand and I agree with much of what the Minister said. My concern remains is why are we cherry picking or why are we limiting it to a very few specific projects? Why are we not allowing the economy to flourish? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you. I think it's these renewable projects are important, and the sector is important, that it fits in with the BC Energy Regulator. In other words, you probably wouldn't have the BC Energy Regulator regulating mining, although there's significant efforts, as the member will know and the House will know, to facilitate permitting and support for mining critical minerals projects across BC. So it's a combination of the existence of the BC Energy Regulator didn't exist. In other words, if we hadn't put this regulatory method in place, it would be challenging to maybe create one, but it is in place. It allows us to streamline permitting and at the same time to advance certain projects on which other projects depend. When we talk about the North Coast Transmission Line, that project is foundational to economic development in the Northwest. It allows energy produced often in the member's region, if not in his constituency. He's got Site C, so yeah, 40 minutes from his home. So the Site C dam to be used in the Northwest as well. I think one of the issues in our province, and that's why I think the North Coast Transmission Line is a critical economic project, but it's also sent a clear message in our province of the need to ensure that all parts of the province have access to the energy they need. I think it's a provincial priority, renewable energy. It's a provincial requirement, the electrification of the province as a matter of policy, as a matter of approach and direction. And so this facilitates that. It doesn't mean that other projects are not being supported or facilitated. And the member will remember we listed off 18 priority projects the Premier did in the immediate aftermath of Mr. Trump's actions. And I won't bother the member for Surrey White Rock by saying that too much. It's an inside joke. But those included these projects, but they included other projects as well, including mining projects, including, in that case, at least one LNG project, Cedar LNG, and the transmission line project. So I think the government is pursuing economic development and support and a reduction in times of permitting across ministries and efforts. In the case of renewable energy, which has this particular priority, we're using this tool, and we believe as well that renewable energy projects, in particular wind projects, are well understood, many of them having gone through environmental assessment, and that having a process where you have an average timeline of 3.5 years for environmental assessment on a wind project was not desirable in a time when we need electricity.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you for your answer, Minister, or thank you to the Minister through the Chair for your answer. I continue to struggle to understand the process by which these specific projects that are listed in the bill were chosen. Was there a white paper? Was there some type of process? Or was it, or perhaps the question would be through the Chair, can the Minister explain the very specific process by how these specific items or these specific projects were chosen for this bill? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
Well, we did announce in June 2023 a call for power. There was a very detailed consultation, including First Nations, which I won't repeat, but which acknowledge we talked about that consultation of how to develop a call for power for renewable resources that would attract capital, attract First Nations, and create opportunity in our province. The call for power was put forward, I think, in May of 2024. It was formally announced. And then these projects were selected in a process that included a fairness commissioner and oversight on the decision-making process by BC Hydro. And there were these projects that we talked about that were selected in early December in that call for power. And so that's how those projects were selected, how they were on this list and how they're on other lists. The North Coast Transmission Line is a priority project of the government, but I think really of BC. It does, transmission lines are critical. If we're going to build out our renewable energy capacity, we need transmission lines. And if we're going to take action as we are in the members region, we hope to further advance the electrification of the Montney, which is, I think, an extraordinary priority, which really gives strength to our efforts to address both our energy needs and our environmental needs. Then these projects are priorities for those reasons. And so that's how these particular projects were selected. And we'll be able to add projects to that. So 2 weeks ago, we announced a new call. I would expect end of January 2026, we'll have announced the winners or those that are going to receive electricity purchase agreements on that call. I think on or around January 31st, we'll do that. And those projects would be a class of projects, if they're wind projects, for which some of these provisions would apply, but there'd be renewable energy projects in any event. So those would be the next projects, but these are the ones that are actually before us. And those would be selected in a rigorous, with a fairness commissioner's oversight of the of the competing bids. And that's the process by which they're selected. I'll just give the member an example. I did announce with the Premier the winning projects, but the list of winning projects we didn't get till very close to immediately before, in the days just before the announcement. Those decisions were made through a competitive bidding process, as these will be. The requests for expressions of interests are different than that on firm power. So you'll see a different process there where people will come forward with their proposals, and they could be applied here or not. They could be dam projects. That could be geothermal process. Those would come forward. People are coming forward with their ideas with BC Hydro. BC Hydro will view the partnership opportunities, which is different than a call for power. So that's the distinction on the firm power side and on the energy side. But that's the way the projects were selected.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Through the Chair, thank you, Minister. I appreciate that answer. I keyed in on a very interesting word in my mind, competitive bid. Would the Minister be able to walk me through how this was developed? Were the sites selected and proponents came, or perhaps I would ask the Minister to explain that, please.
Recognizing the minister.
So we did a call for power. So it was the responsibility of proponents to develop their own projects. And they had certain criteria they had to meet, including price is an important consideration for all the ratepayers, after all. And the average levelized price was $74 per megawatt hour, which was competitive. Quebec had done a process that was at 80, and we felt it was a competitive and process on average. And so the projects were considered obviously on price and other criteria that had been established, including First Nations participation. So there was a requirement in that process that came out of the extensive process to develop the call for power, which included consultation with First Nations and others, that there would be participation by First Nations in that process, say, and the minimum participation required in that call for power was 25%, right? So, and the maximum was 51. So that was one of the criteria, and there were others. So when there's a competitive process, we're not saying we're going to Taylor, or we're going to Logan Lake, or we're going to Fort St. James, or wherever it would be. The process is, it's a call for power. We're seeking applications, and of course, projects that are closer to transmission lines than others have some advantages, you know, in terms of connection. But those are the criteria that are set out in the call, and there'll be a new one that people will be receiving. So we're seeking the best bids in the overall, but price is a consideration, and it needs to be a consideration.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Through the chair, thank you to the minister for that answer. The process that we discussed, my next question through the chair would be, is that available to us publicly? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
Yes, I don't have it here, but I'll endeavor to share it with the member. So for the previous call from 2024, and when the documents go out for the new call, they're public documents, and we'll ensure that the member gets them on the day that they go out.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you to the minister again. My next question would be, would the minister be able to tell us what percentage of, or not, maybe perhaps not percentage, well, yes, please, percentage of those who applied and those who were chosen? Was it half of them that applied were chosen? Was it 75%? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
So initially, we were looking for a certain amount of energy. We ended up accepting bids for a greater amount of energy, partly to ensure just it's possible the projects fall away, to make sure you get the energy you need. So those are the parameters. We're seeking in the call an amount of energy. We're not seeking a particular number of projects. I believe, and I'll share with the member, this is just detail from, at least we had a significant number of proponents. It's obvious from the results and the EPA, the electricity purchase agreements, which are filed in the process with the BCUC, so that information is publicly available as well, that there was a price advantage for wind projects over other projects. So one solar project made the list of the 10 projects, but there was a price advantage to wind projects in this process over other kinds of energy. Wind in BC, onshore wind is much less expensive than it was, and constant dollars 45% less than it had been 15 years before. And this is true everywhere in the world. That's why wind is dominating along with solar. Solar dominates on some continents, in particular Africa, but other where solar is dominating these kind of competitions, and in the energy markets. There are countries in Africa that I believe have 65% of their energy from solar resources, for example. But here in BC, there's a competitive advantage for wind. And I don't say that because I know a lot about these things. I say that because that was the result of the call for power and what we received. That doesn't mean it will be exactly the same this time around. We've seen that. We've seen the breathtaking declines in the cost of solar and wind power across jurisdictions, and the power of and the strength of wind energy projects in Texas, for example. For all that people try and put wind energy against oil and gas, often sometimes for reasons of ecology and geography. I mean, Texas has great wind and has great oil and gas, as we all know, and that's true of the members region as well. That's true everywhere. One of the things I would say about the call as well is what we were pleased about, because not knowing what the list would be, we would have been concerned if all of the projects were in Peace River South. Not because we don't like projects in Peace River South. We love projects in Peace River South, but not all of them. We wanted them distributed around the province, and it turns out 2 of the projects are in the Peace, the Soto and the West Moberly attached to them. But most of the other projects are elsewhere in the province, and I think in a general sense, that's good news for the province and good news for the regions.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Price advantage. That's an interesting word to me as well. May I ask the Minister through the Chair for confirmation that wind power is being paid for by Hydro, BC Hydro, at exactly the same rate as any other source that they take, and has that always been the case? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
Well, first of all, 21 applied, 10 succeeded. So that's information on that they got from me. Isn't that, it's fun when you're looking for an answer to a question and someone just provides it. That's really cool. So people are bidding on the cost of power. So there are, for example, wood waste projects, and which would be considerably higher than this cost of power. How do you compare the power produced at Site C, which obviously eventually cost more than it was anticipated to cost originally? I think the first press release from the then government was $8.335 billion. It cost more than that in the end, and we're expecting it to be $16 billion, right? And so obviously the cost of that power amortized over 80 years, it might be higher than a wind project. On the other hand, that Site C power is valuable. It's firm power. It's valuable power as well. So we have part of the bidding is for people to come in and give us the lowest price they can while meeting our other criteria. And then we accept those projects, just as we do, say, when we're making arrangements with, say, Atlantic Power or something in Williams Lake around their thing. We have a 10-year contract with them. And so not all the contracts are for the same price. There's often confidentiality around these questions of price for that reason, but we provided a fair amount of information. And with BC Hydro contracts, they have to go through the BC Utilities Commission as well. And so they receive that additional level of scrutiny, which some jurisdictions with monopoly hydro companies, monopoly public hydro companies don't do in the same way that we do. So it's not that everything's the same price. Obviously, nothing can compete in the present context with, say, Revelstoke. Because even if you're adding the 6th unit, which we are working on at Revelstoke, that's largely paid for. And the cost of power is, in some ways, the cost of running and maintaining that dam, for example. So nothing, you would never ever build any project again if they had to compete with that, because that is largely paid for into the past. But that's the process. People bid on price, and that's one of the considerations. And we'll share the 2024 call so the member can see the process. And further, if he wishes to be briefed in detail on it, the people who are doing it at BC Hydro can do that as well.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And once again, I take the opportunity to thank the Minister for being so generous with his briefings. I genuinely do appreciate them. With respect to, I guess, to ask my question in perhaps a more direct way, is there anything that has or is being done with wind power through BC Hydro that could be conceived by a layperson in the public as being an incentive, a financial incentive, or a subsidization of wind power? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
No, wind power won the competition here, and of the 10 projects that succeeded, 9 of them were wind projects. And obviously there were other projects in the 21. And one of the significant issues is price. Now you could argue, I suppose, that if you had conservation measures that meant we didn't need wind power or something, that they would be competitive on price too. But we believe we need more electricity, and that this is a good way to get it. And that we're particularly able to get it, access it, because of the nature of the BC Hydro system, large battery that is the BC Hydro system. But we're going to obviously have to, and you see this in the Integrated Resources Plan, which we produced, I think, in 2021, the 20-year plan, and a new version of which will be out this fall in 2025, over 20 years, that we're going to require not just intermittent power, which is such as wind and solar, although there'll be, I think, an even increasing role in solar, including for individuals in our province, right, to maybe to be contributing back into the system, the solar power, but we also need firm power. And offshore wind, for example, has some of the shaping of firm power, but not quite. But it's certainly an advantage for offshore wind against land-based wind, right, in terms of the consistency of the wind resource. Nonetheless, I think you need both, and it's what we envision in the call for expressions of interest on firm power, which is what are the hydro opportunities, what are the geothermal opportunities, what are the other opportunities that we might have in BC to achieve what we need in terms of firm power.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Through the chair, thank you again for that answer. I would ask at this point if, in fact, the provincial government or through any of its subsidiaries, BC Hydro in particular, is there any ownership or any financial input by using taxpayers' dollars into any of these projects? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you. Well, BC Hydro is a commercial crown corporation, and it's purchasing energy, right? And as it should. We've added, in the time since I've been a cabinet minister, almost getting close to 1 million people in BC. And no matter what you're doing in conservation, how many EVs people are buying, that's a significant pressure on energy demand. And so BC Hydro will have to have new transmission projects, new electricity projects, and others. There is support for these projects that's been provided especially for the First Nations support of these projects by the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, which is a federal bank, so that you could argue, and there are, of course, significant tax credits that have been applied, that were first applied really in the United States and then inspired the federal government to do significant tax credits on proposals that assist us in receiving bids that are lower cost than they would otherwise be. That's not a BC Hydro subsidy per se. The requirement for First Nations participation, one might argue, might increase prices. Any requirement would, although it has value and we believe in it and we think it's the right thing. And so these efforts are commercial. Now there is also an argument that BC Hydro should perhaps partner as well in this area, and that's a different question, right? But that's not within these calls for power in general, but you will see it in the calls for expression of interest on firm power. For example, a project that we discussed in estimates that's put forward by the Mulka First Nation, which is the pump storage dam, and that's a proposal that they've had. That would be undoubtedly, should it go forward, a partnership between BC Hydro and the First Nation, which would be different. But it's not a subsidy per se, although there's no question that the Canadian Infrastructure Bank and the federal government played a role in that, to that extent. You know, I could, Honourable Chair, also share a copy of the request for proposal with the member.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that answer. I'll make a very straightforward question. Does the ministry have any ownership shares in wind projects? If so, how many projects and at what percentage?
Recognizing the minister.
No, these projects, the ones listed here that the bill applies to, are owned as partnerships between First Nations and private corporations.
I don't think I'm allowed to ask about things outside of the bill, am I? Am I?
Well, we're pretty good.
Our debate is related to currently clause
Okay.
Bill 14.
Okay. I'll move on to my next question then. Would the minister, through the chair, would the minister consider any increased conflict of interest amendments to the legislation so that government projects are ensured that they are free competition?
Recognizing the minister.
Well, this is a rigorous process, and I have another PowerPoint, which is an informational meeting that took place on the call for power, which shows some of the regulations, but there is an oversight at BC Hydro for this kind of request for proposal, because, you know, look, this is $6 billion worth of projects, and you have to ensure fairness approach. So there is fairness oversight independent of BC Hydro for the process to ensure that the process meets the standard that we would expect from such a public process that's so valuable. And I've got another document now for the members, so I'll share that with them, which describes some of this. So I don't think the legislation needs that. I think I'd be happy to have BC Hydro brief on their processes, but I think they really meet the standard to ensure that there's fairness in the process, but also that the public interest is protected.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you again to the minister. Would the minister consider an amendment to this bill that would ensure no public money is used on future projects that would be included in this bill, or is included as part of this legislation bill? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
No, if the member means by public money, BC Hydro investment in projects. I support BC Hydro investment in projects. We're just building Site C, which is basically a 100% BC Hydro project. You can see it as reasonable that BC Hydro, given how much it will be involved in the wind business, might want to do its own partnership on a wind project. So I wouldn't agree with that because I don't think that limitation is required. That would be a public policy and an energy decision made by BC Hydro in consultation with the government, of course, but which would be fully examined by the BCUC. There was a provision in the Clean Energy Act, and I'm potentially straying, from this, but which excluded certain projects from going forward, and we might have to address that. The Homolko project that I talked about earlier is in that category. So that was done at the time, partly by the previous government for political reasons, as I recall. I was in the legislature at the time. They were proceeding with a 100% hydro-owned project, Site C. And there were some people in the independent power industry that were not 100% enthusiastic about that. And so they were suggesting that we won't do some other projects. But I think BC Hydro should have the capacity to produce and lead and manage energy projects. And the North Coast Transmission Line, for example, is one of those projects to which the Act applies, which is a BC Hydro project. So I wouldn't support such an amendment because I don't think such an amendment would be a good idea or meet what the member's trying to say or do.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
I definitely thank you through the chair. I would appreciate, or I do appreciate, and I would agree with that answer. That's quite valid. I'm going to move on to something that has been covered here already, but bear with me for just a second. We're talking about the definition of renewable resource that can be expanded by by regulation. Are there any limits that the minister has incorporated or would consider on how long of a time frame during which this critical definition could be expanded? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
There's no time limit. This would be the Act. So the Act says that the Act as proposed, Bill 14 says, means biomass, biogas, geothermal heat, hydro, solar, ocean, or wind resources, right? And then there's the prescribed resource. So that's in the Act as well. What it does is give the government the ability in the future to prescribe a future resource, right? Just as the Clean Energy Act has the same definition now. And so that would give the government, and I don't want to speculate, but I think it might be some aspect that's in connection with one of these resources that might come into play. You know, one would have to think about that. But I think having that flexibility makes sense. We just had a discussion of it, and I very much appreciated what the leader of the third party said about it, but I think it just gives the government flexibility should new renewables develop to be able to add those to that list.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
I do apologize if I am misremembering what you said during that time, but just to clarify, and sorry, through the chair, just to clarify to the minister, there are no other restrictions around renewable resource that would preclude future. So I guess, again, getting back to that earlier question, how are we comfortable as to what today's definition of a renewable source is versus tomorrow's definition of a renewable source? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
So the box is that it's renewable energy. That's the box around us. Currently in that box are the things listed. We're imagining at some point in the future other things might be added to the box, as did the people who brought the Clean Energy Act into place, ultimately first the previous government, which did that. And so this just gives an opportunity to add something to that box if technologies change and the competitiveness of those technologies change. A number of things aren't included in that, including nuclear and others. And they're otherwise dealt with in legislation as well and excluded in legislation as well. And there's a reasonable public debate about those perhaps, but that's what the legislation says, and would require a change in that legislation to proceed. In the case of this, it's renewable energy. It's energy derived from a renewable resource, and these are the reason we define renewable resource this way is it had been defined this way in previous legislation under the previous government. It seems to capture the category as we see it now. We want to give the opportunity just in case, as the previous government did when they passed this legislation, that we would give the opportunity if a future resource constrained by that box of renewable became available.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we did talk about this before the break. So given that option of including new things in the box, as we say, renewable natural gas. I know we chatted about it, and I know we had some comments about it previously, but I would ask again for the record, is that potentially something that could be added theoretically to the box? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
No, that's not the intention of the definition. It's by definition not renewable. That doesn't mean that, for example, the considerable efforts by Fortis and others in that regard aren't of value or importance. It just means that the intention here is for it not to apply, and that's why the definitions are as they are.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Then I guess I would ask the next question, is there any limitation on the definition of what is actually renewable? And what I'm getting at here is mixtures or adding different products from a renewable source to something, I guess at what proportion would it become a renewable product? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
We have such energy sources now, and if the intention was to include them, we would have included them. We did not. We made that decision that this would be focused on renewable energy. That's energy that's not depleted when used, essentially, which is kind of a more dictionary definition of renewable. That's our intent. So we have such projects now, and they play a role, right? And they will continue to play a role, just as carbon storage will play a role in future as well. This is a definition of the type of energy. It's renewable energy, not of the climate outcomes or other outcomes. Although it's true that renewable energy has the climate action outcomes that we know, it doesn't mean we're not dealing with these other areas, which are otherwise, generally, if they're in any of the natural gas space, regulated both by the BCUC, as is the case with Fortis, for example, and formerly BC Gas, or by the energy regulator.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've talked about the need for energy. We've talked about different sources that are available. And that question just went straight out of my head. So I'm going to ask the next one. If in the event that the Lieutenant Governor and Council, the way that this legislation is written, if that individual were to decide that heavy crude was renewable, is there anything preventing that from happening to be included in this bill?
Recognizing the minister.
They would be acting contrary to the legislation.
See no further questions. Oh, recognizing the minister for Peace River South.
So my follow-up question through the chair would be, and I think we have touched on this, so I apologize, I haven't read far enough ahead in my questions here, so forgive me if there's a little bit of repetition here. Could any type of energy project that the government decides is a renewable will fall under this legislation? And you may have actually answered that already, so
Recognizing the minister.
Well, it would have to be renewable. Like, we couldn't just declare, that something was renewable when it's not. It would have to be renewable. And the current sort of list of things that are renewable are biomass, biogas, geothermal heat, hydro, solar, ocean, wind, or prescribed resource, right? Not all of these things are defined as streamlined projects. Hydro dams have vast implications, I don't need to tell the member, for systems and for communities. So you wouldn't apply the same standard for permitting and regulation in the building of a hydro dam as you would in wind projects, and this reflects that, right? So, but it just means that those are renewable resources, and so it's not a choice for the government. If something else were added to this, and forgive me, the member will know way more about this than I am, and could speculate as to possible sources of energy that might be renewable and could be prescribed. What this does is just imagine that there's going to be new forms of renewable energy that we don't understand now, and allows the legislation the flexibility, or the flexibility to have regulation applied to that, which in general is a good thing.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to, again, talking about how much energy we needed that we need overall, and some of the, if I don't know how to describe them, perhaps borderline to renewable energy that we talked about earlier, is there an opportunity where a similar bill to this, to streamline and account for the massive need of energy that we have, could be considered or could be implemented for those items?
Recognizing the minister.
Well, there's two parts of this bill. The significant part, which most of the sections deal with, are applying the BC Energy Regulator to renewables. Well, we did that for oil and gas 25 years ago. And so the answer is, from the renewable side, they're getting what oil and gas got 25 years ago, right? So I think that equally, we need to make decisions while maintaining standards more quickly. There's a lot of debate about LNG in BC, and I do think it's interesting that the final investment decision on the LNG Canada project took place in 2018, and the first LNG is being exported in 2025, which is not bad. Not bad, I would say, like all things considered. But in the case of the Cedar LNG project, the priority projects, there's other things to address, including issues and support for electrification, which, for example, the federal government has recently done. And so I think there's lots of different ways to prioritize projects. We want to maintain high standards. We want to grow the level of renewables. And one of the interesting things that happens and has happened, and I give the industry a lot of credit for this, we've seen remarkable success in the reduction of methane emissions from the oil and gas sector. It's a true achievement of British Columbia, 42% less emissions than in 2015. We're going to make 75% by 2030. That's a real source of emissions. And that didn't happen just because people put rules in place. It happened because of the ingenuity of the industry. And that reduction in emissions upstream also makes our LNG and our whole industry more competitive in a world that considers climate change to be important. And that's an achievement in a technical sense that was put in place by the industry. Right? So there is a wide range of regulation of these questions. This is a specific regulatory response to the renewable industry that parallels the response we took 25 years ago for the oil and gas industry. And one of the reasons we took it 25 years ago, and sadly I remember this, is that the existing regulatory framework didn't really work for oil and gas. Right? There were too many small applications. Right? It wasn't, you weren't just building Site C and that's what you were going to do. It was too many small applications, so we decided to put a regulator who became expert in the area and did a good job regulating the oil and gas industry. And we want to see the same thing for renewables, essentially, especially as we go through one and now two calls for power on the renewable side. Creating a regulator who can do that efficiently and well and maintain high standards and develop expertise, and also have life cycle regulations. So you're creating a fund in case, as I heard in the House on second reading, lots of people, there's need to, for a project, should it go out of business, to be in some way remediated, to have a remediation fund. So I think the BC Energy Regulator will do a good job at that. It shares that. There are other provisions in place, of course, around environmental assessment that don't apply to oil and gas interests, and I'm not sure you necessarily want them to apply in those circumstances. But in this case, this is what we've done in this case, and that's why.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through the chair, I would encourage the minister to definitely not be embarrassed that he remembers it from 25 years ago, because I was there living it. What I will, my next question to the minister through the chair is that I think most of us in this room would have a very hard time describing hydrogen as not being a green energy source. And I'm curious as to why it hasn't been included in this, as a definition of this bill.
Recognizing the minister.
So it's because we passed the legislation for hydrogen in 2022 that applies this form of regulation to the hydrogen sector. So that's why. And, you know, we had a debate in the legislature. It wasn't as extensive as this one. I say delicately, but without conclusion. But we put that in place in 2022. There was participation. The current leader of the opposition spoke in the debate, as did other members of the House at the time, and it passed without opposition.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize again, at the risk of being slightly repetitious, I suspect you may have answered this in one of the previous questions, but I'm going to ask for a little latitude and ask it regardless. Is the minister able to clarify with any type of precision what type of additional resources might end up being prescribed under this legislation?
Recognizing the minister.
So I heard a different question than all the people around me. But, you know, I'm going to go with them. I'm going to go with them on this one. I was going to start answering the questions about how many resources the BC Energy Regulator might need to deal with that question's coming, but that's not the question the member asked. You see, I was probing there. So, you know, we put this provision in the Clean Energy Act to anticipate the future, things that we don't envision, we don't know yet. the prescribed clean or renewable resources under that act included things such as waste hydrogen, which is otherwise dealt with in the previous bill. But we don't have anything envisioned for this. We're just creating the possibility for the inevitable technological advance of the future.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that answer, Minister. Next question is, could the Minister outline the criteria that will be used as a guide in the future to define what those potential new renewable resources that might be included? Are there economic, environmental, or technical factors that are prioritized in that definition? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
Well, they'd have to be renewable. That's the first thing. And then to go forward as projects, I mean, one can imagine, and we've seen this, and it's one of the challenges. The member and I talked about hydrogen during the estimates debate, and some of the challenges the industry has had in going forward. And I think I said at the time it wasn't a straight line up, that there would be, it would go up and down, but ultimately it has to be renewable. And to achieve success, it would have to be competitive and make sense, right? And so if something were to cost 5 times as much as a wind project, it wouldn't be considered right now. You might, even if it was practicable, it might be, the legislation might apply to it, conceivably. But so for a new technology to come forward, it has to be practical, it has to work, it has to be safe, it has to go, be able to go forward. And it would have to, for this act to apply, be renewable. And that would be the key consideration.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks again to the Minister. Next question is, how will transparency be maintained when these new sources of energy are potentially included in this act or not? And will that be public or will they be public or legislative consultation included?
Recognizing the minister.
Well, I think in my imagination, the development of a new renewable resource that would be practical and usable in BC, there would be a lot of public discussion before you'd go forward. Right? And so I would expect there'd be a lot of insight and a lot of knowledge, and there is enormous. I have learned as a relatively new Minister of Energy that there's enormous public interest by a share of the population in all of these issues, from EVs to natural gas to renewable resources to solar panels. There are a lot of people who are very interested in it. So we would be talking about the development of a renewable resource that would be available around the world. And so I think that discussion would precede a government action to add it to a prescribed list. But I think ordinarily it would be discussed and we'd be celebrating it. So including all of the announcements and the regulations that would come forward to describe it as a prescribed resource, there'd be a press release where we'd be talking about it and celebrating it, because it would be a new renewable resource that's competitive and cheap and can help us all. Holy mackerel, I think we'd be talking about it.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Without any further ado, then, I'm going to ask the question: how many resources does the energy regulator need to move forward with this act, and have those resources been put in place? If not, how long are we expecting?
Recognizing the minister.
So I went through the process of regulation in answer to a previous question from the leader of the Green Party. And so that's available. I won't go through it. I give the same answer, but essentially going to happen in a staged process with a final sort of level 3 level of the third level of regulation being in place in early 2026. So we want level 1 in place to deal with the projects now as they present themselves and to build that out. The great advantage of the BC Energy Regulator, it's why there are, and we'll get to it, retroactive provisions for financing it, because we want, the idea is that the oil and gas sector pays for its regulation. Hydrogen sector pays for its regulation. the renewable sector will pay for its regulation. So it's not a cost transfer. And the irony of the discussion around, the second reading discussion around retroactivity is, we put that provision in place to essentially ensure fairness for the existing regulated industries, right? So ensure that the renewable industry would have, would pay its own way as well, as they did. That's the principle of the BC Energy Regulator and the way we finance it. So they will be building out over the next year their capacity, but there will be more resources because we'll need a team expert in this area who deals with that. And who will pay for it? Well, the proponents will pay for it, just as they do in oil and gas and right now.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as of today, there have been no new employees hired as part of this initiative then? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
People are telling jokes behind me, Honourable Chair. It's not right, and yet I maintain my poker face. I don't know how that is.
You have to tell us the joke now.
I will in the next break. In the next break, we'll tell other jokes where most of staff members' jokes in committee stage are about the minister. So we've got to keep these things in stride. We're preparing. They're preparing at the Energy Regulator to do this work and to start hiring the appropriate expertise. Of course, it will. That is in part dependent on this legislation passing, and I'm optimistic about that. They're preparing for the frontline staff to address applications, for the engagement with First Nations staff that will be required to do that. The Energy Regulator has some of these staff now, but they've also got a whole oil and gas industry and a whole hydrogen industry to serve. So this will be incremental staff for that, and new levels of expertise in areas that the BC Energy Regulator is dealing with, expanded areas of expertise around Heritage Conservation Act, the Agricultural Land Reserve Act, and of course the Wildlife Act.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
So just to clarify, 0 new employees. Thank you. At this stage.
Recognizing the minister.
Can't be yet, but soon. Soon. The expectations will go forward soon, and when we discuss the sections around financing and why they're in place, so that once we give them authorities, they can start. If you have legislation that's designed to streamline and get things going, you want to get going. And so the BC Energy Regulator team, which is really an excellent team, is of course preparing for that, as you'd expect them to be. But but they will be hiring more staff because this is an expansion of their authority, and that staff will be paid for by fees imposed on the regulated head.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Through the chair, thank you for that answer, Minister. My next question would be, what consultation has occurred with BC Hydro or other electrical producers regarding the impacts of potential expansion given this bill? Was the current chair of BC Hydro consulted as this legislation was being prepared? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
I think that BC Hydro would have been consulted, of course, and as they consult with the government on things such as the call for power that we announced with them. I don't know in particular if that would be the chair. It would much more likely be people involved in energy projects on the detail side of these agreements. Remember, the projects themselves aren't owned by BC Hydro. BC Hydro has electricity purchase agreements with these contracts. So a lot of people are involved in this that are beyond the legislation. BC Utilities Commission, BC Hydro making its decisions on the call for power. The current chair of BC Hydro came into his position after the announcement of decisions on the call for power in the first round. But obviously, as chair of BC Hydro and chair of the board of directors, he would have been involved in decisions around this most recent call for power in the last 2 weeks.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, through the chair again, to the minister. Has the ministry consulted with industry experts outside of this jurisdiction around best practices when defining this bill? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
Well, interestingly, Michael Sabia, who's the outstanding president and CEO of Hydro-Quebec, praised our intent to go forward with the legislation in a very significant speech. And so and Hydro-Quebec, like BC Hydro, is involved in a significant economic development activity. And I can tell you, as a minister, I'm very interested in learning about what other jurisdictions do. With respect to industry consultation, there have been, of course, dozens of meetings with proponents since the call for power, meetings, of course, internally, meetings with Clean Energy BC, meetings with Clean Energy Canada, the Canadian Renewable Energy Association, and others in the development of the legislation. So, as you can tell, a number of jurisdictions are adopting and engaging in legislation right now to speed up development of essential public infrastructure. You see this not on the legislative side, but on the actions of the government of Quebec, the work they're doing with the Indigenous people in Quebec. The government of Ontario has legislation before its house as we speak that addresses these issues, and we are as well. But the model really, the regulatory model here, well, there are differences between renewable projects, obviously wind projects in the oil and gas industry. The regulatory model is one we have 25 years of experience on in BC.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Move on to a slightly different avenue of questions here. Through the chair to the minister, what safeguards does the government have in place to prevent lobbying or political influence from dictating the inclusion of certain resources under this renewable category?
Recognizing the minister.
Well, we've listed them all that exist right now. So the short answer is I'm not sure that's a major requirement. That said, the important question is, do you have, when you do calls for power, do you have processes that meet the standard of such a major investment? And that's why we have independent oversight of those processes to ensure that they are conducted in the appropriate way. And I think that's the best way to do that. I meet with everybody. Or I try to. And I know members of the opposition do as well. Last week I met with people in the oil and gas industry, people who have advocated to me for nuclear projects and for renewable projects and everything else, and I listen to them because I think it's important to learn and not be isolated from other people, right? So all the time we speak and we listen to people, but I think when we're in processes where electricity purchase agreements are imposed, you have to have clear rules of shared the process with the member. And you need to have oversight to make sure that the allocation of $6 billion worth of resources, for example, is done in a fair way. And often, and sometimes when government contracts are issued, there's complaints about those contracts from people who lose. No one likes to lose a bid. And so there are processes to deal with that as well. But I think that the short answer, and my message to everyone is my door was open to talk to everybody. That doesn't mean I agree with everybody. Doesn't mean the member does, but I think we should be open to that. And we have rules around conflict of interest, around what we do to ensure fairness and propriety. But we also have to be open to ideas and to thinking about ideas. And so I try and do both. But when it comes to specific contracts, it's why it's important to have rigorous calls for power, which say what you want, and then a rigorous assessment of those calls for power.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the minister clarify how often the government anticipates using regulatory powers to expand definitions under this clause? Regularly, rarely, or exceptionally?
Recognizing the minister.
Sorry, could the member tell me what clause he's referring to?
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Certainly. Clause 1.
Recognizing the minister.
Well, I think what he's asking about is the issue of prescribed resource. Are we still on that? And that would be exceptional. I mean, if we knew what it was, it would be on the list now, right? So, and I don't think in the well over a decade that the Clean Energy Act's been in place, there's been much change in prescribing. I think there's one or two things that were prescribed under that act. So I would say this would be very rare. We would hope it would be more often because it would mean there would be new renewable resources that would bring wealth to our province, and that would be a good thing. But if they existed now, they'd be on the list.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Has there been an economic impact analysis conducted with respect to expanding the definition of renewable resources and how that would affect market stability, investments, or consumer energy prices? Thank you.
Well, no, there hasn't, because this is, we're talking about prescribed resource again in the section of renewable resource. And so I don't think there would be a great deal of utility in doing an economic impact study when it currently, the prescribed resource currently doesn't exist as a commercial possibility. So I don't think he would do that.
Recognizing the member. It is now 6:05 and we will recess until 6:15, 10 minutes, so we will reconvene at 6:15. Thank you very much. Good evening. I call Committee of the Whole on Bill 14, Renewable Energy Projects Streamline Permitting Act, back to order. We are currently on Clause 1. Shall Clause 1, recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate everyone's patience this evening. I know it's getting to that point of the day, but yeah, we're working for the people, so here we go. Can the minister confirm if it's possible for a project initially defined at a lower streaming level, i.e. a level 3, to be elevated or downgraded to another level? What criteria and process would guide such a change, and would that process and that decision be made public?
Recognizing the minister.
Well, that's not quite how the levels work, but we actually have sections that are specifically related to level 1, 2, and 3, and I just suggest for the debate that it would be useful to get to those, and then we can go through them in detail and be happy to answer the question, and we could answer all the questions on section 1, but this is really, we've got specific sections that deal with that part of it, not the definition of that part of it. And so if that would work for the member, I'm happy. I'm here to please.
I appreciate that.
South.
Again, just for the record, I'd like to show say my appreciation to the minister for his acceptance and gratitude or graciousness. Well, I'm actually going to ask this one in clause 1 and hopefully that's not too close to what I just did ask. Are there any statutory requirements to use either exclusively or primarily Canadian materials, Canadian parts, Canadian labor in the construction of these renewable projects?
Recognizing the minister.
So I'd say it's a little outside scope, but it's a reasonable question to ask with this. Not in what's defined in this legislation, but BC Hydro, as all Crown corporations, have taken up procurement rules that are intended to seek out Canadian suppliers. And while they're not, such approach is not reflected in the current RFP document for the call for power last year, it will be reflected in the next call for power. The member will see that. So while it's not part of the legislation, this is not a procurement legislation, this is not Bill 7, where we deal with issues of procurement and which has impacted on BC Hydro. So those issues of procurement were dealt with in that piece of legislation. It's not here in Bill 14. Clearly, BC Hydro is looking, as all Crown corporations are doing, as all households in BC are doing. They're looking to buy Canadian.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pretty difficult to argue with that answer. At the risk of perhaps pushing the boundary just a little bit, I think I am a little more on side with this bill as opposed to Bill 7. But while I realize there's no statutory requirements, but will there be, in the regulation phase, will there be a requirement for renewable energy sources in the construction of these projects?
Recognizing the minister.
So the regulations in general will be looking at, obviously, protection of the environment, safety. In the regulation process, a significant role for First Nations, as you'd expect. The economic side of it is really in these calls for power. That's where the economic side is determined. Are these projects viable? And obviously, the listed projects are seen that way. So that's the approach of the regulations on this bill. There are other measures, including, for example, Bill 7, but also directions that the Premier has made to all Crown entities that are looking and seeking Canadian content. With respect to the energy, I guess, that we were saying used in the building of a project, for example, is there a truck coming up? Does it have to be a renewable resource? Probably not the wisest course. The projects themselves are renewable. They're they're low or no GHG. They're projects, but in the construction of the projects, I doubt there'd be regulations in place in the construction period that would require, for example, I don't know, a hydrogen fuel truck or something like that. I don't think that would be the practical thing. We'd want the projects to be built consistent with safety, consistent with environmental regulations, consistent with what you'd expect in the permitting of a project, but not necessarily that level of detail. You have to use renewable to get a renewable project. I think that would be complicated regulation.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
That's a very fair question, or very fair answer, and I could have perhaps reworked that question to make a little more sense. But next question is, and I didn't see anything when I scanned through the table of contents for the RFP that was generously provided to me. Was there any requirements around these projects having majority Canadian ownership or a majority Canadian controlling interest?
Recognizing the minister.
The member is right. There was a requirement for First Nations participation, and effectively, I mean, some of the companies obviously have Canadian participation. One of the challenges in the sector, one of the things that I think will change in the sector is our ability to also develop an industry around, when you do two major calls for power with others coming in the renewable sector, it will be important to build an industry around that sector. So some of the companies involved may be Canadian, but others, including I think EDF is a French company, for example. So some of the partners are obviously building and creating a project in British Columbia, but are not Canadian. So there's not that requirement in place in the procurement. But I think more important that Canadians may be suppliers and the creation of jobs in the province. And obviously the First Nations role is significant, and that's profoundly Canadian.
Through the chair, thanks to the minister for that answer. Would we know the proportion of foreign ownership within the projects included in this bill for fast tracking?
Recognizing the minister.
Well, what I'll do is, it's no problem. It's a bit of an estimates question, but I'm happy to provide it to the member. We'll give him a breakdown of the different participants. We have the list, and we can do that. Obviously, the North Coast Transmission Line is 100% Canadian. That's BC Hydro and partners. But as the member also will know, on one of the interesting things about Site C, one of the great things about Site C is Canadian steel. It's a great thing, and BC Hydro is remarkable. When all the stuff about Mr. Trump and the tariffs came out, I asked BC Hydro, well, what are you doing in procurement? And what was remarkable about the procurement was it was overwhelmingly Canadian in terms of transmission lines, in terms of where we get things. Not always British Columbia, although a good part of it British Columbia, sometimes Saskatchewan, some of these other places, but it was overwhelmingly Canadian. So in some ways, the measures we took on procurement at BC Hydro, because we were already doing very well, might have less impact. But clearly, on the supplier side, that's something that we're looking at. But what I'll do is I'll just give the member a detailed response tomorrow, if that seems reasonable to him.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Once again, thank you through the chair to the minister for his open engagement. How would the ministry intend to ensure fairness between projects listed in this bill and those potentially prescribed at a later date to be included?
Recognizing the minister.
Well, I want to talk about section 1, because there is a discussion of prescribed projects in section 2, and it may be that we'll get to that part of it when we get there. Obviously, the listed projects, that we know about and described here today have been part of an RFP process, so they've won already. The projects that will win next January, say, in the next call for power, they'll be in a different position, right? On the bright side for them, this regulatory process will be that much further along, so they'll have some advantages. But obviously, it's not fairness as between these two sets of projects if we're talking about the projects. If we're talking about the prescribing of a type of power, I don't know what you'd say about fairness. Those don't exist yet, and so I don't think I'll just let this go. And to say finally, I guess that administrative fairness is fundamental under Bill 14 and all permitting processes. So the projects are in different positions because some have electricity purchase agreements with BC Hydro, so they're along. The North Coast Transmission Line is a different project. It's under the direction in some ways of BC Hydro, so that's a different kind of project. But I think other prescribed projects that might happen under a new form of renewable energy in the future, I don't know. I think the issue there would be, are they practical and how they would compete. But I would say that wind and solar are doing dramatically well right now in terms of investment, including and in particular in the United States as compared to oil and gas, interestingly enough, where wind and solar are going way up and oil and gas are not right now, partly because of international actions. We're seeing some real challenges for crude oil right now. So those are all the things that are going on right now. But we believe that administrative fairness is fundamental in the process, and if a new prescribed form of renewable energy came forward in the future, that it would have to face the same administrative procedures as any other form.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Will successful future proponents receive expected fast-track application timelines in order to receive an outcome and answer, regardless of what that answer is? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
Well, I think they'd face the same challenges as existing projects, which is the challenges of First Nations consultation, the challenges of sometimes there might well be different projects going through different circumstances. What they would expect, would expect is administrative fairness in the processes, and the BC Energy Regulator is well known for that, and I would expect I'd expect that to continue in future. So you can't compare existing projects and theoretical projects in the future, but I would say that all the projects should expect similar fairness, but not similar timelines. And I'd say one other thing, which really isn't a timeline question or administrative item, but is connection to grid, which is an important consideration in the timing of projects. If you have a project that's a long way from grid and requires significant transmission, that's one thing. It's the advantage of projects in places like Taylor, which are pretty close.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Minister and I have discussed base load power and intermittent power on numerous occasions in the past. This question would be around, would Hydro or the Ministry consider these projects to contribute to base load, Or would these be an intermittent power source? And if it's considered to be a base load contributor, what rough percentage would be the estimate?
Recognizing the minister.
In these projects, these wind projects are clearly intermittent projects, they're land-based wind. We discussed offshore wind, which has a slightly different profile, closer to base power perhaps than onshore wind, for example. But those are the projects in the list. The North Coast Transmission Line isn't, of course, a power project at all. It's a transmission line, which is critical for ensuring that electricity gets to the Northwest. It's an important economic development initiative, but it's not a base or an intermittent question. So those are the difference between those things.
We're on clause 1. Shall clause 1 pass?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, sorry.
So recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Whichever you choose. Thank you to the minister for that answer. A lot of these are starting to get redundant, so I do apologize. And what I will ask is that what checks and balances, and perhaps I did miss them, what checks and balances within the bill, specifically within clause 1, are there to prevent misuse of the broad definitional powers that we've been discussing about?
Recognizing the minister.
Well, these are the definition sections. I'd say these are important in guiding the BC Energy Regulator principally, but also the application of the Environmental Assessment Act. I would say that the BC Energy Regulator, like all people in those circumstances, is responsible to abide by all provincial laws. So they don't have on the Wildlife Act, or they don't have on the ALR. They may have some responsibilities with respect to renewable projects, but they don't have independent discretion. They got to follow the law. And that's true on whether it's the Safety Standards Act, the Agricultural Reserve Act, the Wildlife Act, we'll get into the Heritage Conservation Act, which we'll get into later. All those apply. And most importantly, of course, the Declaration Act, which applies and is required. The BC Energy Regulator follows that in its procedures now and will in the future.
Shall clause 1 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 2 pass?
Aye.
Recognizing the leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One moment, if you would. On clause 2, which specifies the wind energy projects we've been talking about in the North Coast Transmission Line, plus prescribed, I just want to ask a few questions about the North Coast Transmission Line. Can the minister provide verifiable information on the portion of the electricity the North Coast Transmission Line will supply to LNG projects, and then separately from that, other industrial projects?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Good to see you. So what we're seeing in the Northwest is unprecedented potential demand for power. And The difference, I guess, in the government's approach to BC Hydro's approach in the past is that we're being more risk tolerant. In other words, the Premier talked about the Northwest and the potential for mining critical mineral projects today, the work that's being done with First Nations on that project. That's unprecedented demand, but none of it's a guarantee. But we want not to delay such efforts by years in order to seek that demand. So we did and have consulted with industries, including the mining industry, including the critical mineral industry, I guess, or broadly, the critical mineral part of the mining industry as well, the ports, including the Port of Prince Rupert, energy projects, and others to see what the demand would be. Would that demand justify the building of the clean transmission line? I might add the growth in population in the region and the requirement to provide better service to the region. And I think at times people who live in the region could tell you, certainly told me, that their service could be better, right? And the quality of the service could be better, and BC Hydro is aware of that. So we feel that there is such demand, and obviously when we seek private information from potential projects, for example, or incremental demand, we don't share that broadly. But across those fields, there's significant interest in increasing our capacity to deliver electricity in the Northwest. And so it will include all of those things. It will include mining, critical mineral supports, people, and, yes, energy projects as well, such as LNG. The member will know that the Cedar LNG project is being electrified. And in the region, in the Northwest, there's the LNG Canada project, which is, compared to other such projects, a low-emission project, but nonetheless is gas-fired. The LNG 2 project, which isn't before us, there hasn't been a final investment decision made on that, which is got its permitting now. And then there's the Cedar project. So there's demand across for all of these things, and sufficient demand that we believe we should build a transmission line to take BC clean energy to the Northwest and give people in the Northwest equal or a fair access to that electricity that people in other parts of the province have because of where existing transmission lines are.
Recognizing the leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I heard mines, Cedar LNG, potentially LNG 2, Prince Rupert Port expansion. Will these, and I understand there may be, well, perhaps the minister confirmed there would be a call for expressions of interest, and through that, will these proponents be responsible for paying their fair share of the cost of this new transmission line?
Recognizing the minister.
Yes, they will. The difference, LNG 2 is already permitted as essentially a gas-driven project, just to be clear about that. But yes, that's the policy in BC now. What we want to do, though, in BC is also ensure and promote industrial activity in general, especially in critical areas like the critical mining strategy, by taking actions like building the North Coast Transmission Line, which is to meet the electrification requirements of the region into the future, even if there's not a guarantee in advance, which has been a different policy. And that's the point I was making to the member. But I think in terms of the North Coast Transmission Line project, bringing clean energy to the Northwest, that's a good thing for BC.
Recognizing the leader of the third party.
Thank you. And in Clause 2, I understand the selected wind energy projects from the 2024 call and the North Coast Transmission Line. Can the minister give examples of when and how and where the item C, the prescribed renewable energy projects, might be used?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
So those would be wind and solar projects, for example, those that would win electricity purchase agreements or be awarded electricity purchase agreements and say the next call for power, which we just made. That's an example of it. So we had a call for power in 2024. We have a list of projects that were successful in that call for power. We're doing another call for power. And examples of, unless you wanted us to not apply the same priority to clean energy, green, renewable projects that are important for the planet and the climate, you need the capacity to add projects, and that's what this does.
Recognizing the leader of the third party.
So, just to be clear, wind and solar could be added to this list through an order in council. However, any solar would not, the Environmental Assessment Act would not be disapplied or would still be applied as that.
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Yes, that's correct. The environmental assessment is dealt with elsewhere, right? But nonetheless, prescribed renewable energy project would be wind and solar. That's not the environmental assessment section, I don't think, here, but the member's statement is correct.
Shall Clause 2 pass?
Aye.
Recognizing the member for
Almost.
Peace River.
More slow.
No, we wouldn't do that.
No,
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question through the chair to the minister is, will there be a public registry or mandatory disclosure mechanism in order to keep British Columbians informed about projects prescribed under the streamlining category?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Yes, regulations are published, so yes, is the short answer. Remember, the projects that would appear on such a list are, for example, in the second call for power, which would be a very public process. We'll be publishing the sort of book you see, the guidance that I shared with the member, and then go through a process in the announcement of the successful proponents. And then any regulation would follow that probably in those cases. There may be other circumstances where a project could be prescribed. For example, you could imagine public interest project for renewable energy from another provider, say Fortis, but it would all be published.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
So thank you to the minister through the chair. Just to clarify in my own mind, so we are saying yes, there will be a place on the internet where British Columbians can go and look at the prescribed projects under Bill 14?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Yes, and as all regulations, it would be published, and just to include and add the potential for the North Montney transmission line, for example, which would be of particular interest to the member.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question to the minister through the chair. Is there a community or if there is community or stakeholder opposition to a project identified for streamlining permitting under Clause 2, how will the government address this opposition before moving forward? And in this particular case, I'm particularly interested in the Energy Resource Activity Act, the power to appeal, the Part 6, Section 70 through 72. It's a bit concerning to me that that's been removed later on. Again, we'll talk about that later on, but that's where my concern is on this part. Thank you.
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And, the appeal mechanisms, for example, that apply to other acts apply here. There isn't, for some decisions around the Agricultural Land Commission, there's not an appeal mechanism in the Agricultural Land Commission's activities, so that's a value there, and we'll get to that question. But the appeal mechanisms and other acts are maintained, and because of the creation of this new act, new appeal mechanisms are in place, so that is unchanged. In terms of the projects themselves, and they're going forward, you're building a big project somewhere, you're going to consult and connect with the local community, and that's what's happening now. That happens with every project, doesn't matter what you're building. And so that will take place. In terms of the decisions, if decisions are made on any of these projects, I assure you that there will be a press release. I assure you that I will be speaking to them and available. I assure you, if they're controversial, you will ask me questions. I assure you that I believe that what we're doing here is profoundly the right thing. Doing a call for power, second call for power, facilitating that the projects get built. I think it's good for the climate, it's great for the economy, it's great for First Nations. And, you know, it's good for all of us, I think. And so I think these will be high profile because everyone will want them to be high profile. And people will learn about them and be able to avail themselves of the law. And the BC Energy Regulator will have the same responsibilities it has for oil and gas to ensure fairness in respect to these projects as the Wildlife Act, as the Agricultural Land Commission Act, as the Heritage Conservation Act or the Safety Standards Act affect this project very specifically and very narrowly, that those responsibilities will be in place as they are now with oil and gas.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you to the Minister through the Chair. Just to get it on the record, I'm going to ask the question, I won't make the assumption. Will the opportunity to appeal Sections 80 of the Energy Resource Activity Act be protected in the same way?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Yeah, where there's a BCER permit, which there isn't in level 1, and we'll get into that discussion shortly. But yes.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you for that answer to the Minister through the Chair. My next question is, has the government, outside of those of the projects specifically listed in this bill, has the government received any formal requests from renewable energy companies or developers asking for their projects to be streamlined under the terms of Clause 2? And clearly I'm asking about the ones after the RFP.
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Well, I think it's fair to say the industry associations are supportive of the legislation. I mean, if you hear from Cole Sayers, who many of you will know, is a remarkable person in BC and a real leader in the area, they're supportive of it going forward. And they have industry organizations that would be supportive of actions that support renewable energy. They were delighted when we went forward with the call for power in May of 2024, delighted when we approved projects in December of 2024, and I think delighted when I announced the legislation would be coming, the Premier with respect to the North Coast Transmission Line and myself with respect to renewable energy projects, that this would come forward. So yes. But the key question for companies that want to connect to the BC Hydro system is winning calls for power. It's not, that's the first step. I mean, you deal with building the project afterwards, and that becomes all-consuming, I'm sure, when you're building such a project. But initially, the future, not the existing, but the future companies that would be involved in the next call for power, they'll be focused on putting forward the best possible proposal to BC Hydro on First Nations, of course, but principally on price and on the quality of the project. And whether they're wind or solar or whatever they are, they'll be concerned with that and not asking for some treatment under a law for which they don't yet have electricity purchase agreement.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Mr. Chair. So as part of the RFP choosing process, I would ask, has the minister met with project proponents that may have been part of that process that were eligible for fast tracking? Was the legislation discussed? And then subsequently, did project proponents in any way shape the legislation?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
I'm thinking we announced the project on Monday, and I met with successful proponents, including First Nations chiefs, on the Wednesday. And when we announced the proposal, I did say that we were going to exempt the proposals from environmental assessment for the reasons we've discussed. We'll have that debate later. And so certainly informed them of that. The industry associations were consulted, as were 204. I said 202 earlier incorrectly. It's 204 First Nations, where we sent letters out and addressed that. And so all of that was part of the consultation we did. With respect to future proponents, I think this reflects our commitment to not just announce clean energy projects, but to build them. And so I suspect they're supportive of them, but the views of individual companies aren't really that important. This will be the law for everybody.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So more specifically, did their input shape the bill in any way? Thank you.
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
I'd say not really, because remember we have legislation that largely is moving the renewable energy sector into the same place that the oil and gas sector has been and bringing in one window regulation. And so there will be consultation around the regulations extensively with First Nations, but with others, to make sure that we get it right. We hear from proponents and people with expertise in the industry, but really they weren't involved in shaping this particular legislation, which is one, enabling largely, and two, is consistent with the government's actions over decades.
Recognizing the leader of the third party.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, I rise to move an amendment to Clause 2 in my name.
Would you like to read out your amendment?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment would strike Section 2C, a prescribed renewable energy project. May I continue to speak to it? Thank you, Mr. Chair. This seeks to address a similar issue to Clause 1 regarding the addition of prescribed resources or prescribed projects. As we've heard, the assignment of the BC Energy Regulator to oversee this is not an established or a proven process. It has not even fully been developed. And I will say the BC Energy Regulator is not a trusted entity in parts in some communities in the north where these projects would occur, or where the first set of projects would occur. This addition of prescribed projects beyond the ones that we know of is ambiguous, and the process to determine it would happen through regulation. There's no transparent criteria provided that would help us or the public determine what would qualify as prescribed renewable energy project, and this is concerning. Given the untested, unproven nature of both the exclusion from the Environmental Assessment Act and the streamlining, and instead of proposing a sunset clause on this, as occurred with Bill 7, I'm proposing this amendment as a period where there could be a trial run, an establishment of the BCER process with the 2024 call proponents to prove that the energy regulator is up to the task and can build the public trust and not create a backlash to these projects that could occur from not gaining the social license that they need. So at some point in the future, once this has been proven that it has done the appropriate, is the appropriate one window permitting and has achieved the environmental and social goals, then this legislation could be amended to add another set of renewable energy projects. However, to leave it open to Cabinet to decide at any given time seems like an irresponsible sidelining of the legislative process. So I would encourage all members to support this amendment, and we can revisit this after the first 9-10 projects have gone through a process, it's established, and it can be shown that it works.
Thank you. The committee shall take a short recess and will return in 10 minutes. Calling Committee of the Whole on Bill 14, Renewable Energy Projects and Streamline Permitting Act. Before we continue, I'd just like to recognize the leader of the third party if you have any additional comments on the amendment. If not, on the amendment, recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Honourable Speaker, I support clean energy projects, support wind projects, support solar projects, and therefore I'm against the amendment. I say with great respect that striking out the prescribed energy projects would mean all wind power projects, other than the 2024 call for power projects, and all solar power projects could not be prescribed, which is contrary to our announcements, the intent of the legislation, and our consultations with First Nations. I think that, just in a general sense, you would have a circumstance where we have wind power projects that succeed in the first round, which are under one set of conditions. Wind power projects approved in a second round, which might be an entirely different set of circumstances, a difficulty in developing industry-wide regulations, and an action which would be negative for renewable energy in the province. And of course, remember, knows that the alternative to renewable energy, and this is not a judgment, but I just say, would be the utilization of more fossil fuels. And so we got to go. These projects are terrific. They're going to have, if they're not majority First Nations owned, they're going to have a significant share of First Nations ownership. And the North Coast Transmission Line, which is included in this, but also the Montney Line, will have a positive effect, should it proceed, on climate change. And so I understand the intent of the legislation. Let's wait several years to see how this goes. But I would say for people who are passionate, as I am, I know the member is, about renewable energy, passionate about addressing climate change, passionate about renewable projects, we shouldn't be putting impediments in the way of such projects. And so I disagree with the amendment. I say respectfully, I think it, as I say, is against the intent of the legislation. I want to clarify, though, that prescribing renewable energy projects we do in the section does not remove them from the environmental assessment process. The member referred to this, and I know he understands this. This is done on a separate part of the bill that is narrowly defined. So I just say, I hear the member's criticism of the BC Energy Regulator, but I would say that we will be developing an expert team to address renewable energy projects. We want them to go forward. It's good for the province. It's essential to the fight against climate change, and therefore I oppose the amendment.
On the amendment, seeing there's no further questions, shall the amendment pass on clause 2?
Nay.
Aye. Division.
Division has been called.
That could be more commanding.
Before putting the question, I remind all members that only the members of Section C or their duly appointed substitutes are authorized to vote. The question is on the amendment to Clause 2. Those in favor, please rise or indicate otherwise. Thank you, members. Please be seated. Indicate otherwise. Be seated. Clerk.
Those voting aye, L. Neufeld, Hepner, Moss, Wilson, McCall, Valeriot, 6. Those voting nay, Dix, Rutledge, Lejeunesse, Higginson, Boyle, Sharma, 6.
There being an equal number of votes for and against, it's the chair's responsibility to make the casting vote, and I will be voting against the amendment to keep the bill in its original form as adopted at second reading. Shall Clause 2 pass? Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, and we're going to
Take a moment. Yep. Start? Oh, okay.
Wait for people to come back in. Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the minister through the chair is, can the minister clarify if under Clause 2, a streamlined project designation could be revoked or reversed? If so, under what circumstances would that occur?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Well, it's obviously different with the North Coast transmission line, which is, stated in the legislation in the selected wind energy projects. But if you can establish a prescribed renewable energy project by order in council, you can revoke it in the same way.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the minister be able to describe to me under what circumstances that decision would be made? What would need to occur within the project for that decision to be made?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Well, we essentially have to not want the regulator to regulate it, which I don't think would make sense. I'm saying technically you could do it that way because that was the member's question, but as a practical matter, I don't think that that's what you'd want to do. If there was an issue with the project that required regulation, that would be the responsibility of the regulator, and we would expect it to take that action. If the project was not successful in some way, they decided they couldn't do the project or something, it wouldn't exist on the ground, so it wouldn't really matter. So undoing the prescribed energy project, while possible through OIC, is not really desirable.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, will the minister commit to public or legislative review periods before prescribing a project as streamlined to ensure public transparency?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
I wouldn't agree with that. These energy projects, I would say in a general sense, would generally emerge out of very public processes. When we talk about energy demand in the future, this fall, BC Hydro will be presenting a 20-year integrated resource plan that will be reviewed by the BC Utilities Commission in detail and in public. These electricity purchase agreements are provided by BC Hydro to the BC Utilities Commission. I believe they were in the case of the projects announced in December. By the time all the EPAs were signed in late December, maybe into January, they were provided to the BCUC and made public. This is a very public process. And again, it's not the prescribing of energy projects to the regulator, which is a decision for BC Energy Regulator and for the government to prescribe certain types of projects to the regulator. That's the key question. Is in some ways, it's the projects themselves. That's what people who are unhappy, say in Dawson Creek about maybe a wind energy project, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about the project, right? And so we're talking about projects that will be going through, that'll be part of a broad electricity strategy. We announced electricity strategy in the beginning of May, part of an integrated resource plan that's fully consulted on, part of a request to call for power in general sense. They don't have to be part of a call for power. They could be part of a call for power that would be public, and then a process, then an announcement of successful projects, and then naturally significant consultation that would occur afterwards and permitting processes that would occur after that. So there's lots of a great public nature in the process. So adding an additional waiting period isn't really necessary, and so I would not be in support of that.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there or will there be a plan or mechanism toward periodic review, and I'm talking about sunset clauses here in particular, for projects that have been streamlined but yet fail to achieve clear benchmarks or milestones?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
The member will know in the oil and gas industry there are permits that expire, and it's the BC Energy Regulator that provides those permits. So it's certainly possible in the regulatory process that that's something to review. In other words, if you don't action the permit in a certain number of times, that's something to be considered in the regulatory process. And BC Energy Regulator does do that. The projects are not identical, but does do that now, and that's a possible thing to be considered. Under different acts, there's different circumstances. I think people know widely that there's a expiry date after 10 years under environmental assessment. We're having some of those issues now. We even discussed them in this legislative session. This is a little different in terms of a permit, but that's something clearly the energy regulator could consider in terms of the provision of a permit if a certain period expired, and that's the case currently for oil and gas.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll certainly have to review Clause 7 this evening with respect to permitting. Thank you for the heads up. With respect to my next question, I believe I just asked that one. All right. Is it possible that streamline projects have additional or could have additional or altered environmental or other conditions attached to their environmental assessment certificates after the process has been fast-tracked and proceeded on that basis?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Well, on Section 2, of course, Section 2 doesn't really address the issue of environmental assessment. That's done later. But there's nothing in the Act that would take away requirements in existing environmental assessment certificates, for example, perhaps on requirements that are in place for, say, the wind farm in Dawson Creek, for example. So in that sense, what happens is that those conditions, should that be the case on that project, should there be an environmental assessment certificate, would continue to be put in place and, of course, monitored, overseen, and enforced by the energy regulator, as they are now. But in terms of, but this section itself is not an environmental assessment section.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
This question is around the streamlined status. So the question through the chair to the minister, if a renewable energy project that is fast-tracked through this legislation faces unforeseen environmental or safety issues after the streamlining process, will the project maintain its streamlined status or will the status be revoked?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Well, the advantage here, of course, you have one regulator and not many. And this is the advantage of the legislation. It's the advantage of the past legislation that we've discussed. If you have a permit already in place, so you have your permits for your project, you're not continuing to be streamlined. You may have been streamlined, but you've got to act consistent with the permit you've received. So that I think is how that process would work.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Through the chair, thank you to the minister for that answer. Can the minister confirm whether or not local governments will retain any regulatory authority over projects streamlined that are identified through Clause 2?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
So I guess the question is, does streamlining projects take away powers from local governments? And the answer is no, The bill does not override or change the power of local governments. And the BCER, in fact, works closely with communities who may be impacted by the projects they regulate. As has been noted before, BCER has a team of over 300 professionals in 7 offices around BC with significant subject matter expertise in this area, and I think that's important. We're putting in place a single window authority for renewable energy projects and transmission lines. It provides a consistent application, decision, regulatory, and compliance authority where the potentially impacted parties work with one agency instead of multiple ones. And that's the advantage of this process. And I would argue it's the advantage for everybody, not just the proponents, but everybody, to have a regulator who's expert, who has subject matter expertise, who passionately cares about the environment, but also about the issues involved, including local communities. So I think that this regulatory change does not override that, and it's good for regulators, but also interested parties.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What measures or mechanisms would be in place within the regulator to monitor streamlined projects in order to ensure compliance with environmental and safety regulations?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Well, it's all of the enforcement powers that currently exist under ERA, including compliance and enforcement, all of those powers be in place to ensure the public interest is protected. That's the purpose of the regulations now, will be the purpose under the BC Energy Regulator, and is the BC Energy Regulator today. And we went over earlier, and we'll go back over the questions from the leader of the Green Party, who was asking about the extent of enforcement activity, which is considerable by the BC Energy Regulator. And the member will know that people who are regulated by it are respectful of that, respectful of the skills and expertise by the regulator, and it's our expectation that will be the same here. Just to say a little more, the BCER maintains a comprehensive compliance monitoring system to identify, coordinate, track, and continuously improve compliance management activities. The CMS is an integrated framework of people, policies, processes, information, and tools to ensure conformity with requirements, legal, regulatory, and permit conditions. We also have a comprehensive approach to safety and compliance. We'll have an opportunity as we go through the bill to address some of those specific questions, including how, in the current context and with the current groups that are regulated under the Act, the BCER deals with the agricultural land question, with the safety standards question, with the heritage conservation question, and with the Wildlife Act question, because those are all questions for later on. But those are areas, certainly, and we'll go through it. When we go through those things, we'll discuss how many heritage conservation, how many archaeologists have, how many people are dealing with heritage conservation questions under the current legislative framework, mainly oil and gas and hydrogen, and the experience that the BCR has in those areas.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next question to the Minister through the Chair. Is there any process or consideration in place to evaluate potential negative impacts on adjacent communities or stakeholders prior to a project inclusion in the streamlined category now or in the future?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
The regulator has all the notification and consultation requirements on proponents that it would have. And in addition to that, well, as the member knows, I strongly believe that the result of this legislation is a more streamlined system. It will be, the regulator will continue to have the expectation of proponents and its own expectation that those affected will be heard and consulted, and that's what will happen. And that's what happens now with respect to oil and gas. That's what happens now with respect to hydrogen, and that's what would happen with respect to renewable energy. One can disagree with the BC Energy Regulator in oil and gas, although honestly, I haven't heard anyone wanting to redo that legislation. And on hydrogen, well, I haven't heard anyone wanting to redo that legislation. I believe the reaction after we've gone through this regulatory process for a year or two is there won't be anyone wanting to go back to the idea that there should be 4 or 5 or 6 ministries doing this and not the BC Energy Regulator.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking for clarification here. Are we saying that the work has been done prior to the bill being passed and a funding mechanism put in place to compensate the energy regulator for that work?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Well, we are taking a broad view of this section, but that's okay. I would say that what matters to communities, in my view anyway, is not the streamlining of the project and the moves to the BC Energy Regulator and these issues. I think what matters to communities is the impact of a project on their communities. And the BC Energy Regulator will have all of the responsibilities and legal obligations that the ministries would have now in terms of that project. Obviously, the bill hasn't been passed yet. Members talking about money received, and we'll have a whole discussion of how the BC Energy Regulator is funded by renewables, but I've kind of laid out what that debate is, and I think the members heard me, and it is a difference. There is a discussion about that. Some people don't agree with that approach, and we may hear that as well. But I agree with that approach, meaning that ultimately the renewable energy projects sector that is being regulated here should pay for that regulation, just as the oil and gas section does, and that there shouldn't be any cross between. So the BC Energy Regulator will have all those obligations to communities, and I think that's the important question.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
So my question is, this question is very specific to the projects that are identified in this bill. Has there been any work done on those specific projects around negative impacts to communities? And if so, which ministries did the work and where did the money come from?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. That'll come through permitting.
Shall Clause 2 pass?
Aye.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
So again, sorry, I want to be clear in case my ears are plugged. I thought I'd heard previously that work had been done, or was I mistaken?
What's happening, and we had this discussion earlier, is the BC Energy Regulator. There's legislation coming through the House, right? We've announced that there will be legislation. The BC Energy Regulator is going to be responsible in this area. And so the BC Energy Regulator inevitably, as they should, is preparing for that. But currently, the proposals, if we're talking about the proposals, the existing proposals, the 9-win, so those proposals are not at the BC Energy Regulator because the law isn't passed, right? But they're preparing for it, as they should. I mean, we've got an outstanding CEO, Michelle Carr, who's dealing with that and preparing for that. And part of the reason the legislation is constructed, and we'll start to see this discussion in the next the next 4 sections when we talk about level 1 streamlining and level 2 streamlining and then level 3 streamlining. The reason it's constructed is to prepare for that process. So when I was saying that they were preparing for it, it's true. I'm also saying that once they start to have responsibility, legislative responsibility, then we have to have a way to ensure that they're financed to do that. And that financing can't be from the other sections that are regulated by the BC Energy Regulator. It's done by this. And that's why you'll see in later sections this discussion of retroactivity, which was much discussed in second reading.
Shall Clause 2 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 3 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 4 pass? Aye. So, recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Can the member, or excuse me, a little more coffee? Through the chair, can the minister explain the purpose of this clause, please?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Oh, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Broadly speaking, level 1 regulations, which is level 1 streamlining, which is dealt with in section 3, and we'll just take section 3 and 4 together. We're on section 4, I don't think it matters. The purpose of it is to allow for a transitional delegation of responsibility to the BC Energy Regulator of responsibility for these projects. So it's a transitional thing. If you were to start a new group of projects that might have these provisions apply, you might create new level 1 regulations. But essentially, once we make the transition, level 1 will not be of any importance anymore or significant importance anymore. What it allows us is to immediately delegate authorities to the BC Energy Regulator so they can start taking action on these proposals, principally the 10 plus the North Coast Transmission Line, in this interim period. So they have delegations. So the proposals aren't legally in one world where the ministries are dealing with them, but in another world, potentially. So the level 1 authorities are for this interim period to apply the delegations so that BC Energy Regulator is responsible and can start working on the projects as we develop the level 2 and level 3 projects, which is really the significant level. They're not 3 different levels. A project will either be essentially level 2, North Coast Transmission Line, in this case as an example, and level 3, which would be the wind projects.
Shall Claus recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, can the minister explain how much time projects defined as level 1 streamlining would expect to save?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Well, level 1 would apply to early works authorizations, but all of these projects will eventually go into level 2 or level 3. But the idea is to get going and allow them to deal with early works, early authorizations as the regulatory framework is built out. So that's the purpose. They become the responsibility of the energy regulator. And so they're not in 2 places or in one place, we're going to be in the other. They're in that place. And so this enables that system in place as we build out the BC Energy Regulator as a regulator of renewable energy projects.
Shall Clause 4 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 5 pass? Aye. Recognizing the leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe I'm starting to understand the level 1, 2, 3. I'm wondering if the minister can give examples of what a level 2 streamline project would look like besides the North Coast Transmission Line specified.
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
So another streamlined project would be the North Montney transmission line, for example, where this might be applied as well. So this is part of an act that allows for varying levels of regulatory oversight based on project needs. So for level 2 streamlined projects such as the North Coast Transmission Line, let's say the North Montney transmission line, BCR will have the authority to oversee most of the provincial natural resource authorizations needed to facilitate construction, operation, and maintenance of the transmission line. The BCER will not be responsible for regulating the safety, construction, or operation of the transmission line itself, which is a distinction. BC hydro transmission lines will likely be limited to level 2 category rather than being subjected to level 3 life cycle regulation by the BCER, as BC Hydro is an agent of the Crown. Additionally, BC Hydro is subject to oversight from other regulatory bodies, in particular the BC Utilities Commission. So really, this is the difference on life cycle regulation is this is the Crown, and it's responsible for life cycle regulation. It would be different from a wind project or previously for an oil and gas project where you're responsible for the project from the beginning, from the construction phase and throughout the phase of the project. So you don't have the situation which has been described. In places where you would have an abandoned project, the BCER is responsible for full life cycle regulation of those projects. And so these projects, the level 2 projects, are different from that, the transmission line projects, because of the differing nature of their regulation.
Recognizing the leader of the third party.
Thanks to the minister for that explanation. I'm just wondering about the oversight of how these projects are selected and how is it not possible that a non-Crown project could find its way into level 2 and thereby not requiring a life cycle, the life cycle assessment as described? Is this oversight strictly through Lieutenant Governor and Council?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
So on a BC Hydro project or a project like this, where there is other regulation in place, we don't need to duplicate the regulation. Where that regulation isn't in place, for say a wind project, we would have full life cycle regulation and we would provide all of the regulation. That's the distinction between the North Coast Transmission Line, which is otherwise regulated, and a wind project that would be exclusively regulated by the BCER. So what we're doing on the transmission line is regulating the natural resource permits and other things in the projects to have a single window for regulation for that. But obviously, BC Hydro is significantly regulated, as are some interprovincial, for example, energy projects otherwise regulated, and that would be the case here.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the minister confirm that through subsection B of this clause that any project can be added as a level 2 streamlined project? Thank you.
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
So the difference, thank you, Honourable Chair. I mean, the difference between level 2 and level 3, they all have to be renewable. That's at its core. So that tells us that it's transmission lines, yes, apply, and we'd see that in this case. And other renewable projects, which should be largely level 3 if they're not otherwise regulated. So level 2 is really created for projects such as the North Coast Transmission Line. So as you're prescribing a project, either as a level 2 project, it would have to meet the requirements of and the intention of a level 2 project, which is as described, otherwise not regulated, et cetera. Otherwise, it's level 3 where it has the full life cycle regulation. So they have to be renewable and they have to fit the category.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the answer. That's perfect. With respect to other smaller transmission lines, perhaps from some of the wind energy projects into a transmission hub of some sort, would that be then a level 2 at a different scale?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Well, the intention here is for it to apply to the high voltage lines like the North Coast Transmission Line and others. That's the intent here. Yeah, I suppose it'd be conceivable to do a smaller line as a prescribed activity, but that's not really the intent of this. The intent of the legislation is typically Hydro's job, and they're doing that job very well now.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are there any specific projects currently in mind or currently that have been submitted or discussed that would potentially be added as a level 2 streamline project?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
So say the North Montney transmission line, which I think would make a lot of sense for all kinds of reasons. That would be the other project that I could think of, and why I've kept mentioning North Coast Transmission Line, absolutely. The North Montney, yes, and it has a similar provincial interest.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
My next question, thank you, Mr. Chair. My next question is around why we would not bring level 2 projects before the legislature. Why would we want to deal with something of that magnitude in a bill?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Well, we are before the legislature, and what we're saying is that here is that the North Coast Transmission Line and prescribed streamline projects like the North Montney Line, and we're debating it here right now in the legislature, are projects that fit this category. We're debating it, we're passing a law that allows us to address that. These are lines that are essential in the provincial interest, essential to the province's economy and the life of many people. They're lines that also positively affect our efforts to address climate change and GHG emissions in the province. So that's a good reason. But we're here, we're debating it. And Bill 14 seeks to address projects like that, large provincial interest projects. It brings them under the provincial regulator for major, in the case of level 2, major natural resource permits. It streamlines that process, which makes sense, makes it more efficient, it makes sense. These are public interest projects. And otherwise, projects that, in any event, will be much debated. And they're major infrastructure projects in the province, so those get much debated everywhere. There's a different point of view on, at least in some places in the opposition benches on the North Coast Transmission Line. And there might be a different point of view on the North Montney Line, although we're working closely in that case with the natural gas industry on that question.
Recognizing the member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to put forward a proposed amendment, if I can. She has my only copies. Do you mind if I read it first?
Yes, please go ahead.
In section 5, deleting the text showing, this division applies to in relation to A, the North Coast Transmission Line project, and strikes out B, a prescribed streamline project. I can speak to that after I've.
Yes, thank you. We'll circulate. Well,
Surely
first
it
off,
does.
we'll determine whether or not the amendment's in order and then circulate it. In the meantime, we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Committee of the Whole on Bill 14, back to order. The amendment's deemed in order, and I recognize the member for Surrey White Rock if you have any additional comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason I tabled this amendment is I think my colleague alluded to it before, is it's important that we have guardrails and fencing, right? And, the minister did talk about the importance of coming back and debate and all this. Well, this puts some certainty around that. When we're talking about Division 2, Level 2 streamlining, subjectivity is an important thing, right? And what the government deems as a priority, and we've already heard there's differing views on consultation, whether it's a lack of consultation or whether the government thinks they've met a threshold of consultation. I think this Bill 14 and 15, there's been a real struggle to kind of find that proper framework of what the consultation looks like, and it's been, bumpy is not the right word, but it's been uncomfortable, I think, for a lot of British Columbians in the way that this legislation's been handled. Also, too, when we add in with the streamlining here, I think it's important, and the fact is that these bills, specifically we're talking about Bill 14, is giving this government unprecedented powers. Albeit it's unprecedented times, but for this, I think this amendment is fair. I think it's showing some restraint. I think it's trying to keep government in check. So I look for my colleagues to support me in this amendment, and we'll go from there.
On the amendment, recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Well, I'm not going to bury the lead here. I'm against the amendment. Purpose of the legislation, as we've discussed over time, is to do for renewable energy projects that include these important transmission line projects, which will so benefit the economy of the province, especially in this time of climate change and the need to get projects done, which is important, to move them to a single window regulation. And remember, talks about our experience with this. Well, we have an experience with it. We've had with the BC Energy Regulator, previously the Oil and Gas Commission, regulation in place for a quarter century that deals with single window regulation. And the member, may view that as not long enough. I don't know. But what we're doing here is applying, first of all, regulation that's been in place for oil and gas for a long time and hydrogen for a shorter period of time, both supported unanimously in the legislature and both successfully accomplished by the BC Energy Regulator. Moving renewable energy to that level of regulation. And I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it makes sense for the North Coast transmission line. And, I'd say that there's a difference of opinion in the House about this. The Leader of the Opposition is against it. I think some member of his caucus favor it. I favor it strongly for what it brings to the northwest of British Columbia. I think it's fundamental, and it's a source of concern in communities around this province that our transmission lines frequently go down to the Lower Mainland, and we don't get the electricity we need to build the economy we need in the Northwest. So we think that's an urgent project. We're putting it forward equally. The North Montney project, should it apply and be the kind of project that would apply here, has very significant implications for the economy of the northeast of the province, has real value for the natural gas industry, has real value for the planet and for climate change, and makes a lot of sense. So we think we should be able to proceed, just as we should proceed after the Northwest Coast Transmission Line is on North of Terrace projects that allow us to use these mechanisms to promote renewable energy projects. So I opposed the amendment because I support the bill. I support a bill that brings single window regulation, that ensures that we move on with projects that are important, and that we move on quickly. There will be, and there is, a political debate around the legislation. But I'm in favor of renewable energy and proceeding with projects. I'm in favor of economic development in our province. I'm in favor of addressing climate change. And this particular section and others address all those issues. So I don't agree with the amendment. I don't agree with doing a project-by-project legislative approach here. Instead, I agree with a process that has been established, a regulator that has been established in the energy field that will do its work, and streamlining of the process of permitting and approval of projects. So that's a difference between the government, which supports renewable energy and wants to proceed with projects in a time when we need to proceed with projects, and opposition that has a different view. And that's fair enough. But I know where I stand on the question, and it's no to the amendment.
Recognizing the member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you. My daughter's FaceTiming me right now, so I will.
That's okay.
There you go. Put her on. No, I'm not going to put her on. Shay.
Daughters are allowed. It's a special rule.
I declined mine.
I'm going to call you right back. Bye. Love you. Bye. Okay, I'll call you right back. Okay, bye. Okay, I do have to call you back.
You're getting heckled.
I'm getting heckled, yeah. Now I'm going to get in trouble for that. Know somebody. But no, I will say that it's not about economic development. This is about government overreach, right? And so this is, I support renewable energy. We all do, right? We've had that, okay? We support good projects. What we don't support...
Members, we don't need any comments as the member for Surrey White Rock is speaking. Continue, member. Thank you.
The members can all have a chance to speak to it, as my daughter just did. But I will say that it's important, though, that the minister talks about that he supports energy projects. We've been on record probably supporting a lot more energy projects than this minister has, right? I've been consistent in my support for TMX, been consistent in my support for LNG Canada, been consistent in my support for Site C. I think the leader of the opposition has been consistent in all those as well. But this amendment here is talking specifically and is addressing specifically trying to limit the powers of a cabinet, trying to limit the reach. And when we talk about prescribed powers, when we talk about government being able to pick winners and losers, I don't think that that's a business that we want to be in. So that is why I put the amendment forward and why I'll be supporting the amendment.
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Well, I just disagree, and I think I just say that there's overreach on the bill as well. I listened to lots of speeches at second reading on this bill, which referred to sections of the bill as authoritarian, and those statements were simply false. There are existing provisions in the bill that were applied.
Member.
That were applied, that had been applied by the BC Energy Regulator to oil and gas for a long time. People were saying that this was some sort of new thing, having one-step regulation of energy projects when we've had it for 25 years. And member was a member of another party at one time. They were here for 16 years. They didn't change that. In fact, they enshrined it further in law. And so it was started under the NDP, and it was built upon by the BC Liberal government. And it has now been put in place for hydrogen by act of this legislature, supported by all members of this legislature, including the honourable member. And so that had prescribing provisions as well, Honourable Speaker. So I just say that we have a disagreement, and that's fair enough. But this legislation is consistent with past legislation. It seeks to move ahead with projects that are important economic and environmental projects in the province. That doesn't mean everyone has to agree with them all the time. People have different views. That's fair enough. But I don't agree with the honourable member, and that's why we're opposing the amendment.
Recognizing the leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a record to defend or lean upon, but the committee will have to trust me that I support renewable energy. What I don't support is prescription without any guardrails or criteria. If, as the minister says, if level 2 is meant for BC Hydro, Crown, BCUC projects, why not put it in there instead of just a wide open prescribed streamlined project? I support the removal of this clause because it's just so wide open when it doesn't need to be. I think, you know, I would happily accept these are the guardrails around the prescription. This is what we'll use it for, instead of just anything the cabinet chooses, and so support the amendment.
The question is the amendment to clause 5. Shall the amendment pass? Can we try that one more time? The question is the amendment to clause 5. Shall the amendment pass? Aye. The amendment is defeated. A division has been called. Before putting the question, I remind all members that only the members of Section C or their duly appointed substitutes are authorized to vote. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor, please rise or indicate otherwise. Thank you, members. You may be seated. Those voting nay, please rise or indicate otherwise. You may be seated. Clerk?
Those voting aye, Moss, L. Newfeld, Hepner, Wilson, McCall, Valeriot, 6. Those voting nay, Dix, Rutledge, Lajeunesse, Higginson, Boyle, Sharma, 6.
The chair must make a casting vote, and the chair votes against the amendment in order to keep the bill intact as adopted at second reading. Actually, we're going to take a brief break.
Just for 1 minute.
And the amendment is defeated. Okay, calling the committee back to order on Bill 14. Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the minister, and I believe that you answered this, so I do apologize, but I want to make sure, because one of my colleagues wasn't 100% sure on the understanding of your response, so I'll try to be as plain as I can. With respect to a level 2, is there no other project other than a high tension transmission line that would be accepted or would be assigned level 2? Thank you.
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Well, not that we envision now, possibly a low voltage transmission line if it made sense to do it, but right now the priority is the high voltage lines, such as the one I've already laid out for the member.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you. Would you be able to lay out for us perhaps, sorry, through Mr. Chair, through the chair to the minister, would the minister be able to lay out to us what would trigger that decision to make a low voltage transmission line a level 2?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I think it would partly be, in my view, connected to a line, a major project line, which is already being regulated by the regulator. So you wouldn't necessarily do it for a neighborhood line and say, I don't know, Maple Ridge or something.
Shall Clause 5 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. Shall Clause 6 pass?
Aye.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the minister, of course, through the chair. Can the minister confirm that via Section 6BI of this bill, that it's possible that spillage regulations and protections, meaning rules about oil spillage and other types of spillages, could be waived those rules could be waived for these energy projects under this bill on ALR farmland.
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
So this provision ensures that the provisions in the Energy Resource Act apply with respect to spillage. It's not the opposite, which the member was, I think, just asking about reasonably, but it just says that they apply. Those regulations apply. So it's the opposite clarification, but it's important to get clarification. I appreciate the question, but quite emphatically, those rules apply.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you for that answer. Through the chair, thank you to the minister for the answer. I think a lot of folks perhaps don't realize that there are spillage concerns around wind-powered projects. As a person that used to do that type of work for a living, I can assure you it absolutely is a real thing. On to my next question, to the minister, of course, through the chair. As the legislation stands, would the minister be able to provide other examples of what spillage could mean in regards to a level 2 streamline project?
Recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
So just for the member to the definition of spillage as it applies in the Energy Resources Activities Act, which reads, spillage means an energy resource, oil, solids, or other substances escaping, leaking, or spilling from a pipeline, well, shot hole, flow line, or facility, or B, any source apparently associated with any of those substances. So what you're doing here is essentially applying this to renewable projects, and under this kind of project, transmission lines. And while obviously the risks are different, the application is the same. Around a transmission line, say, it would be a different set of rules, the North Coast Transmission Line or the North Montney Transmission Line, than the obvious fixation on these rules when it comes to, say, pipelines. It just means that we're applying that definition to these projects as we do in the case of the Act to other projects.
Shall Clause 5, 6 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Under Clause 7, this one, well, I'll start with the first question. Can the minister walk us through each subsection, providing the reasoning for why it was chosen not to require specific portions that are identified in those subsections to apply to a level 2 project? I can do those too if you like. I've got.
There is no eating in the chamber. Recognizing the Minister of, I would just like to remind the member for Ladysmith Oceanside that food is not supposed to be in the chamber. Good. Recognizing the Minister, not yet, recognizing the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions.
It's a long answer. So what I'll do, because I talked to staff, is prior to us starting at around 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll go through and give him a written detailed thing rather than me going through it, which would take 5 or 10 minutes. Then you'll have that, and then you can use that as the basis for further questions. I just say that that the broad significance is that proponents of Level 2 projects will not be required to apply to BCR for an activity permit under the Energy Resources Activities Act. Since such permits will not be required, it would not make sense for other related provisions of the Act to apply to Level 2 projects. That's the broad question. But the member asked a detailed question. It's absolutely fair to go through it. And why don't I provide that in writing to him and to other members of the committee, should they wish, in advance of our discussions, then we can have a common basis for the discussion. And with that, Honourable Speaker, I move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Members have heard the question. Those in favour indicate aye. Aye. The motion's carried. This committee stands adjourned.